Please, may we all be seated. May I thank each and every one of us for assembling here this Tuesday morning to participate in a very important event. May I please recognize, I have 150 people in the audience to recognize. So I have about 150 names to call. So please be prepared for the long roll call of everyone in the audience. I have everybody's name here. But I'm going to say thank you and a special recognition to the men and women of the Federal Road Safety Corps and other very distinguished personalities who came in here very early and for being here. Please, we will give them a round of applause, please. It is indeed a sense of national duty for them to arrive very early for a national event. I have the privilege of being put in charge of coordinating the affairs of the next 2 days. On behalf of the Right Honorable Chibuike Rotimi Amechi, CON, the Honorable Minister of Transportation, under whose ministry that the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, Zaria, is holding this annual event. May I say a very big thank you to the Council Chairman, Mr. Onajaho John, thank you very much. The Director General, thank you very much, sir. Dr. Bayero Salifara, let's give them a round of applause, please. The two of them have led the team of other directors and members of the Council of NITT, and they've been here as early as 7 o'clock this morning to welcome even myself. Thank you very much, every one of you, for being here. May I also recognize the Director General of the Nigeria Inland Waterways Authority, Dr. George Mogalu. Dr. George, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you for coming. Also, in no particular order, but I'm coming to a certain level of order, the immediate past Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council, Hassan Bello, thank you very much. And of course, we have in our midst the representative of the Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Commissioner for Transport, Dr. Frederick Oladeide. Thank you very much for coming. He's going to be sharing the afternoon session. Please give him a more round of applause. Because I have my vehicle parked at the Lagos airport, so when I get back, as soon as I drive out, I don't want to get stopped on the way. So I'll say, oh yeah, Bosin, I saw him there. He didn't recognize me, so I'm waiting for him. Thank you very much for representing His Excellency, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Let me also recognize, very importantly, the Director General of the Debt Management Office, Ms. Patience Oniha. Ms. Oniha? Okay, thank you. She's been here earlier. I think she stepped out of the hall. Let's give her a round of applause, please. I have so many others to recognize, but I would like to recognize our chief host here today, under whose ministry we're holding this event. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a very distinguished personality, and I'm finding it difficult who to recognize first. But let me recognize our chief host, the Minister of State for Transportation, Senator Gbemisola Rukaya Saraki. Please put your hands together for her, please, madam. Now, you will pardon me, Honorable Minister of Finance, because I'm sure in the order of hierarchy, Minister of State is under the minister. But today she's hosting us on behalf of our boss, Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi, who is the Minister of Transportation. Now, please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and please stand up for recognition. The Honorable Minister of State, Finance, Budget and National Planning, Dr. Zainab Ahmed. Please stand up for recognition, madam.
Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Transportation, representatives, chief governors here present, and commissioners of transportation, chief executives of parastatals of the ministry and other agencies of government, chief executive officers of banks and other financial institutions here present. It's my great pleasure, it is with great pleasure that I warmly welcome you to this National Conference on Sustainable Transportation Development Infrastructure Financing in Nigeria. May I particularly welcome the Excellencies, the Executive Governors here present, some of whom are here represented, the Excellencies Ambassadors, and other members of the diplomatic corps here present, members of the National Assembly, honorable ministers of transportation, finance, budget, and national planning, Minister for Works and Housing, honorable commissioners of transportation, our eminent chief executives of government and private agencies, the permanent secretary, Federal Ministry of Transportation, and directors of the ministry, chief executive officers of mass transit organizations, and other eminent scholars and speakers. Indeed, we thank you for honoring our invitation to participate in this very important conference. The presence of these very important personalities underlies the importance of this conference and clearly demonstrates our collective commitment to setting the pace for the development of sustainable transportation system in Nigeria. The role of transportation in the socio-economic development of any nation cannot be overemphasized. This is because transport is an important element of the economy and critical instrument for necessary for development of other sectors. It is the veins and arteries of the economy and remains the fulcrum of development in any nation. For instance, an efficient transportation system reduces costs in numerous economic sectors, but lack of it increases the cost of production and services. Looking at the Nigerian scenario, logistics and transportation contributes below 5% of the GDP. It is therefore not out of place to say that the transport sector in Nigeria is not contributing enough to the economic development and growth, as well as the gross domestic product of the country, due largely to inadequacy of the transport infrastructure compared to what obtains in countries like Brazil, Singapore, and Turkey, where transportation is contributing significantly to the economy and GDP of these countries. Let's not forget that Nigeria is endowed with 923,768 square kilometers landmass, with a population of about 211 million, majority of whom are young and energetic, and a coastline of 853 kilometers. However, with the current concerted efforts of the present administration towards providing and revamping existing transportation infrastructure and the expected private sector participation, things will change for the better in no distant future. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this two-day National Conference on Transportation Infrastructure Development Financing in Nigeria is convened as part of our efforts towards finding more sustainable funding solutions for the development of transport infrastructure in Nigeria, in line with global best practices. As you are all aware, governments, that's federal, state, and local governments in Nigeria still remain the sole financiers of transport infrastructure development in the country. However, given the current economic realities, where the government sources of funding are being threatened by unstable oil revenues and the myriad of other challenges, there is need to address the nation's problems of funding transport infrastructure development head-on. In a recent report, the World Bank had observed that Nigeria requires about $14.2 billion annually to fund its infrastructure development deficit. It is noteworthy that the government has invested a lot of resources in this direction, particularly in the construction of new railways and bridges, rehabilitation and construction of highways, modernization of airports, and development of seaports. However, the over 200 million Nigerians across the length and breadth of the country are yearning for more transport infrastructure development to ease their movement and promote their living conditions and businesses. Definitely, government resources are limited, particularly bearing in mind other competing demands for resources in sectors like health, agriculture, education, and national security. It is against this backdrop that the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology considers it timely to organize this two-day conference on sustainable transportation infrastructure development financing in Nigeria, with the sole aim of finding sustainable funding alternatives for the development of transport infrastructure in Nigeria. In pursuance of this, the Institute has invited distinguished policymakers, ambassadors, state governors, distinguished senators, and honorable members of the House of Representatives, honorable ministers, commissioners of works and transport, commissioners of finance, and chief executive of transport and logistics organizations, and other related agencies to participate in this conference. We have also extended invitation to development and commercial banks, international development agencies, private sectors, both national and international, and academicians staff from their vast wealth of experience on this matter. We are indeed confident that with these crumbs of experts, we shall do justice to the topic of discussion and find a more sustainable funding alternatives for the development of transport infrastructure in Nigeria. Suffice it to say that transport infrastructure includes seaports, airports, highways, rail lines, bridges, storage facilities, and intelligent transport system installations. Although the present administration has deliberate policy on tackling transport infrastructure development deficit, deliberations in this conference will be drawn from global best practices. I recommend alternative approaches to sustainable funding mechanisms for the development of the nation's logistics transport system. For instance, transport infrastructure financing in Europe and America has traditionally been from general public funds, with the main sources coming from taxation and levies. But current trends have indicated a massive shift from the old practice, allowing for private participation in funding transport infrastructure development projects. Again, several member countries of the European Union have established transport infrastructure funds through financing agencies, as well as managing and providing infrastructure financing independent of public funding sources in order to provide for investment on continuous and sustainable basis. On the whole, most governments, but globally, play the role of regulating transport infrastructure development while financing is done separately by defined sources. Furthermore, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, it is to be noted, transport infrastructure finance in general is becoming increasingly complex globally, and more financing options and models are evolving. And those barriers to funding critical transport development infrastructure are being addressed. Nigeria needs to borrow a leaf from other countries where the new order is shifting from over-reliance on government funding to more private funding. Finally, on behalf of the Institute Governing Council and Management, I wish to all speakers, discussants, and other participants to extensively deliberate on the subject matter and come up with workable funding solutions that will meet the peculiar needs of sustainable transport infrastructure development in Nigeria, and hence promote an efficient transportation system for the country to pave way for desired level of economic growth and development. I once again welcome you all to this conference and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you, and may God bless all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director General, for raising the curtain on this two-day event on transport infrastructure sustainable funding options. And some of those from the private sector that will be speaking to us over the next 2 days include Mr. Dolu Olugbenjo, who is the Chief Investment Officer at Stanbic IBTC Infrastructure Fund. Dolu, it's good to have you. Thank you very much for joining us. Give him a round of applause, please. He just got about 20 billion naira fund on the road, so he's the man in the room to talk to. He has 20 billion naira. You need to sit close to the Minister of Finance when the panel gets started. And of course, thank you very much for your oversight. Honorable Obasa Tajuddin is representing the House Committee Chairman on Land Transport. Can you give him a round of applause, please? Honorable Obasa, please. Then, of course, Mr. Ross Oluyede, who is the Managing Director and CEO of Infrastructure Bank PLC. Ross, where are you? Oh, good morning. Thanks for coming. A round of applause as well. Thank you. Let's take a quick listen to Mr. John Onojaro, who is the Council Chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, for a few words very quickly. Then we'll move on. A round of applause for John, please.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me quickly recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister for Finance, who is here with us, Honorable Zainab Ahmed. Please, you're welcome, ma'am. And also our own very Minister of State, Transportation, Senator Gbemisola Saraki, who is here on double charge. She's here as the Supervising Minister for NITT and also representing the Honorable Minister for Transportation, Honorable Shibike Amechi. Permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to stand on the existing protocol. Let me, on behalf of the NITT family, welcome the Minister and other Chief Executives and Director Generals of various ministries and agencies to this 2-day program. The Director General of NITT has already laid the carpet. My job is really very simple, and I'm going to make it as simple as that. I'd like to, on behalf of the Council, welcome each and every one of you to this 2 days event. My take is that the presence of the array of eggheads in the room underscores the importance of this 2-day program. I'd like to enjoin us, therefore, to be frank, tough love, discuss, and ensure that when we leave here, we leave with satisfaction that indeed we have found alternatives to funding infrastructure in this country. We know that the finances of government are dwindling. Meantime, we are pushing ahead with infrastructural development. If we need to sustain that, and to be able to sustain that, we must genuinely look for alternatives that can sustain that growth and, of course, provide long-term maintenance for those infrastructures that we are putting together. Therefore, I find this 2 days program very timely in terms of its importance, and I enjoin you, like I said before, to please join us to find a solution to this issue in our country. Once again, I'd like to welcome you and thank you and ask that please be frank with us. Let's find solution to the issues in our country, and we leave here after 2 days satisfied. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, the Council Chairman of the NITT, John. Thank you very much for Onojaro for those words of warm welcome. We would like to move on because we're spent for time. The Honorable Minister of State for Transportation, Senator Mrs. Gbemisola Rukaya Saraki, is a known person on Nigeria's political terrain as the Minister of State for Transportation of the Federal Republic and a former senator representing Asa Ilorin West Federal Constituency. One thing I found as a journalist at the House of Reps, she was elected into the House of Reps in 1999 as representing Asa Ilorin West Federal Constituency. There's a former senator representing the Kwara Central Senatorial District. That was in 2003. But she was formerly a banker, once a banker, always a banker, and once a senator, always a senator. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mrs. Senator Mrs. Gbemisola Rukaya Saraki. Please, another applause for her. Please let her, please, as she comes to the podium.
Good morning. I'm going to stand on all existing protocols, but before I do that, I think I would, because if any of you here, and I know that a few have ever gone into what I call a political battle, which is standing for elections, you know, it's very important when it is your political antecedents are read out that's correct. Because I have scars to prove that I was in the House of Reps in 1999, and I have even bigger scars to show that I was in the Senate for 2 terms. And just another correction, obviously it's obvious that you want to marry me off because I am not a Mrs. Saraki, I'm a Miss, but be that as it may. So after correcting all that, for sure, those who are clapping are those who also have scars to prove. We can discuss that with coffee later. I am honored to present, before I do that, let me send the compliments of the Honorable Minister and also his apologies for not being here this morning. So he has instructed me, I read his speech as is and not correct any words that are there. So any errors, they're all his. I am honored to present the keynote address at this 2-day national conference with the theme, Sustainable Funding for Transport Infrastructure Development in Nigeria. I am particularly delighted at the foresighted leadership of the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, NITT, for initiating a high-level conference that has brought together great minds from the various sectors of the economy to dissect this relevant theme. Ladies and gentlemen, you will all agree with me that infrastructure is a bedrock on which the social, economic development of a nation rests. It supports the territorial structure of any national economy, enhances the production and distribution network of key sectors in the economy, and promotes overall economic growth. Infrastructure involves capital assets and basic systems required to maintain institutions and ensure delivery of services to the people. Transportation is a major component for infrastructural development and a key catalyst of economic activity through the movement of people and goods. There is hardly any aspect of a nation's development that transport is not essential, considering the continuous need to collect, assemble, transfer, and distribute goods, services, and people from one place to another. Similarly, an adequate transportation infrastructure is an indispensable facilitator of economic diversification and a trigger of a country's economic progress. It is in the realization of this that the Nigerian government is making tremendous progress in changing the trajectory of the transportation sector in the country by embarking on the implementation of multimodal transport system and the revitalization program, as well as huge transport infrastructure investment across the country. These interventions by the Federal Minister of Transportation include massive construction of roads, rail lines with access roads, inland water ports, seaports, new terminals in existing ports, dry ports with access to roads and rail, the inland container depot and freight, all geared towards building a modern and efficient transportation system that guarantees sustainable socio-economic development of Nigeria. Also of relevance is the development of adequate manpower to ensure efficiency and sustainability of the transportation sector. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, notable achievements of the transportation sector include the rehabilitation of the narrow gauge line and construction of the standard gauge lines along Abuja-Kaduna, Lagos-Ibadan, Warri-Itakpe, recently commissioned and made operational, development of the national freight offices, commissioning of the Deep Blue Sea project, and putting in place proper regulations in the road subsector to provide an enabling and competitive environment for road transport operators. Ladies and gentlemen, it is pertinent to state that the establishment of these transport infrastructures are capital intensive. As such, government keeps clamoring for private sector investment, joint venture financing, and other financing strategies to ease government expenditure. To this end, various methods have been devised in financing transport infrastructures, and these include users' charges, taxation, appropriation, concessioning through build, operate, and transfer, BOT, or build, own, operate, and transfer, BOOT, among other privatization methods. In the rail subsector, a co-financing loan agreement was signed by the China Export-Import Bank to finance some rail projects. Similarly, in the maritime subsector, concession agreements have been signed by terminal operators and other private sector companies for the development of the inland dry ports and the deep sea ports. I am also aware the financing and investment strategies have also been incorporated in the draft National Transport Policy currently being reviewed for the development of the modes of transportation, particularly the road subsector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the choice of this theme is apt considering the global economic downturn due to dwindling oil prices, thus affirming the need for economic diversification. I am optimistic that a team of experts and participants assembled in this hall today will come up with strategies and a sustainable financing framework for the development of the nation's transport infrastructure. Finally, I would like to appeal to all participants to partake actively in the conference, as well as take advantage of this unique opportunity to make robust contributions that will transform and sustain the transportation sector. I wish you all a fruitful deliberation. Thank you and God bless. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. You know, when some of us who spend most of our time on Market Street, when the stock market was still manual, and you had the chairman of the call-over session, and you have an offer, and the chairman of the call-over will ask if any of the brokers are bidding. Anyone has an idea where I was going? Okay, maybe a few people now. So here is Senator Bimisola Rukaya Saraki. Anyone bidding? Anyone bidding? She understands, she knows. She knows, she's been on Broad Street, so she knows the call-over session. Anyone bidding? 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 Okay, home delivery. Let's give her another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Home delivery. Home delivery. Thank you very much, madam, for coming through. Please let me quickly recognize Andre Borges-Gomes, who is the first counselor, deputy head of delegation at the European Union, for coming. Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Gomes, for coming. We appreciate that. And also the managing director of Nigeria Railway Corporation, Engineer Ibrahim Al-Hassan. Oh, the chairman. Thank you. Where are you, sir? Oh, please step forward. Thank you so much. We're all here for one purpose, by the way. Infrastructure transport infrastructure funding. The key word there is funding, because we all know what we need to build. The question is where and how do we get the money? But is anyone in the room who knows where the money is? Is the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget, and National Planning. She holds the national pulse of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So if there's anyone who has the ears of Mr. President and the one who is listening to first after Mr. President has spoken at the cabinet meeting and finally is Zainab. And the reason is because every minister or governor wants to come around her and say, can I have extra cash? We want to do extra this, can we have extra funding? And she said, well, we'll think about it. So, we need infrastructure funding. Please put your hands, ladies and gentlemen, for the Cabinet Minister, Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget, and National Planning to give a lead presentation at the opening of this two-day infrastructure financing, road transport infrastructure financing, sustainable window for Nigeria. Madam, you have the floor. And of course, she's part of the panel. Please, a round of applause for her again once again.
Assalamu alaikum, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me very quickly just pay my respects to my sister and colleague, the Honorable Minister of State for Transport, distinguished Senator Shola Saraki, and also representatives of other ministers that are here, distinguished and honorable members of the National Assembly, Chairman, and board members of the NITT, Director General, and management staff of the NITT, representative of the Lagos State Governor, and also representatives of other states that are here, heads of ministries, departments of agencies at the federal and state level, captains of industry, all private sector participants that are here today, members of the diplomatic corps, development partners, royal fathers, civil society organizations, gentlemen of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an honor and a privilege for me to be here with you, invited to deliver the lead paper at this two-day national conference on transportation infrastructure development financing in Nigeria, organized by the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology in my hometown of Zaria, Kaduna State. The theme of this conference is sustainable funding for transport infrastructure development in Nigeria. And the title that I've been asked to speak on is Towards Harnessing and Exploring Opportunities for Sustainable Financing of the Transport Infrastructure in Nigeria. This is a pertinent topic for discussion as the Nigerian economy recovers from the economic downturn which has been caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The institution of temporary lockdowns to slow the spread of the virus required the injection of significant fiscal stimulus to sustain economic growth. This unanticipated need for additional spending strained the fiscus and also motivated us to develop innovative means of financing the budget, particularly financing critical infrastructure. In this paper, I'll be presenting to you a case study of the Road Infrastructure Tax Credit Scheme, the RITCS for short. This is a key initiative introduced by this administration to finance road infrastructure in Nigeria. However, I would like to begin my presentation by highlighting the link between transport infrastructure and economic development, and also explore the various options of financing road infrastructure. The process of economic development is a complex one, and it requires a consideration of various factors, many of which are not directly observable. However, there is a little doubt that infrastructure is a catalyst for economic growth. Infrastructure and economic growth are inextricably linked. with infrastructure as the backbone which economic activities are delivered on. According to McKinsey Global Institute, infrastructure is estimated to deliver a socio-economic rate of return of 20%, which means if you invest $1 in infrastructure, you get returns of 20 cents, rise in GDP. Infrastructure investment is not a one-time activity, but one which requires the continuous maintenance and replenishment of the infrastructure stock of any country, regardless of its level of development. For example, the United States Senate recently passed a $1 trillion US dollars infrastructure bill with bipartisan support, which according to the Brookings Institute represents about 1.25% of the US GDP. This signifies the multiplier effect from infrastructure investments and underscores the attention it receives as an important driver of economic growth, even in advanced economies. It is also for this reason that Goal 9 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, the SDGs, which is to build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and fostering innovation, is a very important one. This places infrastructure at the heart of industrialization and innovation. Activities that are required for this transformation of low-income economies to advance industrialization in their countries. Let me just briefly define what transport infrastructure is. Infrastructure comes in a variety of forms, which include hard infrastructure such as power, telecommunications, water supply systems, waste disposal systems, as well as soft infrastructure, as in health, in education, and also in financial systems. So the focus of this paper today is transport infrastructure, which can be considered as one of the most fundamental infrastructure types, as it is one of the most ubiquitous means of connecting people across geographical regions to facilitate trade in goods and services and also exchange of ideas. The role of transport infrastructure in enhancing livelihoods of people in communities across the world cannot be overemphasized. Before I proceed, it is important to define transport infrastructure for the purpose of this discussion. Transport infrastructure is simply the fixed installation or framework of roads, bridges, waterways, railways, airways, pipelines, and all supporting structures of the ports, terminals, depots, and stations, which facilitate the movement of people, goods, and services. This places transport infrastructure within the remit of hard infrastructure. However, there is also no denying the importance of soft infrastructure in supporting the efficient and the effective use of infrastructure. Rather than address all forms of transport infrastructure, this paper will narrow its focus on road infrastructure, as it presents the most critical and rudimentary form of transport utilized by the average Nigerian. We are also supposed to be discussing today options of financing transport infrastructure. Now that we have established the importance of transport infrastructure to economic development, and it's been underscored, a logical question that should follow is, how do we finance transport infrastructure? Even more importantly, we need to give an answer to the question of financing transport infrastructure in a sustainable manner, as emphasized in the title of this paper. Traditionally, the public purse has been the source of significant proportion of transport infrastructure financing because of the public good nature of infrastructure and also the positive externalities it creates in an economy. Given the scale of the investment to support transport projects, sole financing by government has led to significantly increased budget deficits, a form of financing which is unsustainable in the long term. For this reason, low-income countries, for example, have typically supplemented government investments in infrastructure with other sources of financing from multilateral and bilateral partners. In cases where domestic capital markets is sufficiently developed, capital can also be raised locally, while those countries with access to global financial markets can also raise finance internationally. In the case of Nigeria, all of these financing options have been and are being exploited to create a diversified portfolio of financing sources to build the stock of our transport infrastructure. I believe that adopting this mixed approach to infrastructure financing goes a long way in addressing the question of sustainable financing. A hybrid approach to transport infrastructure financing allows us to deepen our domestic capital market through the issuance of medium to long-term debt instruments, which allow citizens and institutional investors to take a stake in the future growth of our economy. The issuance of Eurobonds targeted at infrastructure spending allows us to raise foreign exchange at the international capital market determined rate, but also registers Nigeria as a viable investment destination for foreign investors. Multilateral and bilateral partners not only provide financing in the form of grants or concessionary funding, but also offer valuable technical assistance and know-how, which enables us to build world-class infrastructure at low cost. These approaches demonstrate the unique positive externalities generated from each financing source and represents the means by which the stress of transport infrastructure financing in the fiscal regime can be alleviated. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to build our transport infrastructure, the federal government of Nigeria has assumed a special product that we called the Road Infrastructure Tax Credit Scheme. This scheme that I mentioned earlier on, that is called the RITS, is a scheme that is designed to allow the private sector to use their funds to invest in road infrastructure that they choose because it has some leaning in their businesses. So we have seen businesses selecting industrial corridors to invest in, and they recover their investments through tax credits. In January 2021, Mr. President signed the Executive Order number 007 that we call the Road Infrastructure Tax Credit Scheme. This executive order was signed with the first batch of 19 roads, totaling about 794 kilometers, with 7 investors uptaking to build those roads with their resources. As we speak, a number of these roads, 5 in particular, are at various stages of completion. The Dangote is one of these investors, but so is Access Bank. We now have also another batch of 960 kilometers of roads that have been approved in May by His Excellency the President. This number of new roads now brings to 33 roads within the country, covering 26 states and covering all the 6 geopolitical zones. This road infrastructure are being delivered at high quality, high speed for the benefit of the people, but the businesses that are building them also are serving their own businesses, which are most likely mostly along those corridors. This we have found to be extremely useful and has progressed significantly. One road that you have heard about is the Boni-Bodo Road, which is now at about 50% completion, built by the NLNG with their own resources. As at today, the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, through the FIRS, have issued tax credits in the sum of 78 billion naira to date towards this scheme. We have made sure that the executive order is designed in such a way that our fiscal revenues in any particular year are protected from being too much eroded by this scheme. So we have set a target that no company will recover more than 50% of its taxable income in any particular year. We have seen an upsurge of expression of interest on this scheme by investors, Nigerian investors, We've also designed the tax credits that are issued to be tradable in the capital market, again, providing another opportunity to deepen the Nigerian capital market by this instrument, which is largely designed to deliver on road infrastructure. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that my ministry will be able to partner with NITT as you train your institution that is specializing in training on transport infrastructure to look into other alternative options similar to the RITC that will provide financing sources to our country. And also, with the core of experts that I've seen have been pulled together, that at the end of the meeting today, of this program today, that we'll be looking at how to remodel the RITSC to form other kind of financing options that can be viable, sustainable, and attractive to both foreign and local investors. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention.
Please may we give a round of applause for the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget, and National Planning. Please, another round of applause for her, please, as she takes a seat, as we now get into the first panel to discuss her presentation, as well as that of the Honorable Minister of State for Transportation, Senator Gbemisola Saraki. Please give both women a round of applause, please. Now that we have a more gender-sensitive panel on this side, I'm getting a bit more comfortable and very feeling honored to invite Hassan Bello, Mr. Hassan Bello, former Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council. Put our hands together for Hassan as he comes to the podium to join the panel. He's the man who has the shipping and the maritime sector close to his heart for a number of decades, and he spent many years at the Nigerian Shippers Council. Now he's in the private sector. Please take your seat. Please, a round of applause for Hassan as well. And let me also now begin to bring in more of the private sector to the conversation. Mr. Dolu Olugbenjo, Chief Investment Officer at Stanbic IBTC Infrastructure Fund. Dolu, thank you very much for coming. Please put your hands together for him. Please join the panel so that we can have this up. Then, of course, I'm going to invite John Onojaho, who is the Council Chairman of the NITT, to please join the panel as well. Please, let's put our hands together for John as well. Ladies and gentlemen, all the microphones you have are all sanitized already. I personally did that this morning myself in full glare of the entire hall to ensure. Now that the gentleman behind you is touching them, I may have to re-sanitize. Will you please give me the privilege and the honor to sanitize members of the panel? The chairman for this session is none other than our chief host today, and for this two-day event, Minister of State for Transportation, Senator Gbemisola Saraki. Let's give her your undivided attention as she powered this particular panel on harnessing and exploring opportunities for sustainable financing of transport infrastructure. Of course, you know John from NITT, who is the council chairman. He's bringing perspectives from the parastatal to bear, but of course, again, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning has provided us the background of some of the great works that's been done in the Ministry of Finance. And of course, Dolu will be bringing us the private sector perspectives. He will be speaking to the new Stanbic IBTC Infrastructure Fund and what more funding model and the basket that we can have from the private sector as well, and the capital market that is possible. Then, of course, we'll be hearing from Hassan Bello as well, what his thoughts are on shipping and maritime transportation. Madam Senator, you have the floor, please.
Thank you so much. Let me just thank my sister for a scintillating paper, and I think the best way to start will be to actually hear from the private sector on this issue, on what the Honorable Minister of Finance has said, because evidently the scheme in itself, I would like to say that the private sector is the biggest beneficiary, but at the same time, it's for all of the for the growth of the country. I think it's important to hear from the private sector on what the Honourable Minister said and another direction on that. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, ma'am. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think the scene has been set in terms of what the Honourable Minister said in relation to the policies and initiatives that have been put in place. And certainly the private sector stands to benefit. I think the perspective that is important to distill here is that it's one of collaboration. There are enormous opportunities within the transport sector, and government has set out the scene by putting the initiatives out there. The private sector now needs to galvanize capital to support the efforts of the government in a very structured manner. I think the policies are there coming out, whether it's PPP structures that the Honourable Minister of State for Transportation alluded to earlier. But there are other policy initiatives and structures that can be done. Concessions are very important ones as well. I think we, from the private sector, and I have had the conversation with colleagues as well, the most important thing is to make sure that the framework is there. When you want to do infrastructure, you're not thinking about 3 or 5 years. I think it's important to know. You're thinking about 15, 20, 25, 30 years. And when investors look at that tenor, they're looking at stability of policies, the rights to contract, the frameworks are well governed, and of course there's a social good angle at the end of it. So the message really is that the private sector is willing to collaborate. Capital can be galvanized either from the capital markets, from investors, from foreign investors and the like, from commercial banks and the like. And one of the things we have done as Stanbic IBTC Infrastructure Fund is actually to take the bull by the horn, to come to the market, to begin to tell investors that there's an alternative to raising capital for infrastructure project outside of the public. And the conversations is ongoing. Of course, the feedback from investors is show us what it is you want to do. So it's also a clamor to project sponsors to go out there into the country and pick up the right projects for which they can raise the right financing and take the burden off from the government. And that's, at the end of the day, it's a collaborative effort between the private sector and the public sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I assure you I don't have an account in IBTC, so because I allowed you to speak first. You're absolutely right. It's obviously, I think one of the things that our government does well is to create an enabling environment for discussions and collaboration. And it's something that is absolutely critical, because where we find ourselves today and the needs of the country is so far different to where the finances that my dear sister is in charge of can take care of. So it's important that we do have better collaboration. And that leads me to the former Executive Secretary of Shippers Council, and on his take in vis-a-vis the sector that you are well averse to.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, the Minister of Finance, co-speakers, ladies and gentlemen. This discussion couldn't have come at a better time than now. So I really commend NITT for bringing us to discuss this extremely critical issue of financing infrastructure. We have seen the correlation between infrastructure and development. We cannot develop without infrastructure. As a matter of fact, infrastructure is the catalyst. So whatever we may be doing in vain if we don't have that infrastructure. It lessens the cost. It brings investment. Even the integration of this country could be what we have now, everybody going to his cocoon, was because there was no linkages in infrastructure. The rail just stopped and nobody was traveling from Oshobo to Gusau. So everybody was just in his own, place. So it is the transport infrastructure that determines the viability of economy or not. But we have seen, especially as the Minister of Finance has said, we need innovation in financing. The government is fatigued, so to say, with competing needs, even though there should be priority. We thank the Federal Ministry of Finance for such creativity. We thank the Central Bank for such intervention in other sectors of the economy, like agriculture, like mining, etc. But the gap is to look at transport holistically. And I think the Federal Ministry of Finance, together with transportation, should have a vehicle that will look critically, at transportation. Because unless we have transportation drives the economy. Otherwise, as I've said, we'll be doing haphazard things in other sectors. If, for example, we have clusters, the infrastructure must be talking to each other or to one another. We can't just build infrastructure in one town and do another one without, the interconnectivity and the linkage. That is very important. For example, if we have what I may call, people say we need to develop the corridors, the eastern ports. That's okay, we need to develop the eastern ports. But what of the connectivity? If I bring my goods to Calabar, what is the rail? What is the road to take it inwards? What is the hinterland connectivity? So I think the government should have deliberate, conscious, and concerted, thought at infrastructure. It's just not to build a rail from here to Makurdi. But of what significance is that rail? How is it connected to the seaport? How is it connected to the dry port? And I think the federal government has started, the Federal Ministry of Transport has said all ports must be linked with rail. And that is a very significant thing, because sometimes we have just a port without rail. I mean, that is, that does not make sense. So I think more than bringing solutions now, there must be retrospection, of what significance, what are our trade, what of the African free trade, continental free trade, agreement of how our competitiveness, is going to be, underscored by our infrastructure, because that also goes to cost. If we have lousy infrastructure, we'll have lousy economy. If we have efficient, modern infrastructure, then that means we have efficient, economy. Look at the Lekki deep seaport. Immediately it is, going on now, which is going to be significant anyway. There have been shivers, among our neighbors, among our competitors. It's a 16-meter, draft port. That means it spells out the economic ambition of this country. We can't have the Tinkan Island port, the Apapa port. These are relics. They are tired ports. But once you have the rail now, the rail revolution going on, and then you have deep sea ports, you have inland drive ports, and you bring interconnectivity amongst them. So infrastructure, not for infrastructure's sake, then you will find out that a lot of things will happen into the economy. So I call on the government to look at these things, deliberately. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to IBTC Fund and also to NIMASA. The issues that you've raised around the need for policy stability, flexibility of the policy regime, as well as ready and bankable projects is very important. But most important for me is the issue of collaboration. The collaboration is important within government, with the private sector, from design to implementation to conclusion. So that's very important. And that's an area where we still have a lot of work to do, even within government itself. So that's very important. And also, Nimasa, the infrastructure, you're right, is a catalyst for growth. It determines the viability of any economy. But with the AFCFTA that is now with us, that we've committed to and signed into and is in effect, that we will be greatly disadvantaged if we don't pay special attention to infrastructure. Yes, we're building rails, we're building ports, we're building inland dry ports, but connectivity is important. What my sister usually refer to as intermodal transport, so that one transport infrastructure is linked by another. If we don't do that, we'll not be able to get the best value out of the investments that we're making. And I'm glad the Ministry of Transport is already looking at those linkages and those connectivity. An example of which is the rail line that is now being concluded at the Apapa ports that will carry goods out of the ports right up to Ibadan without having to use trucks to move goods out of the port. So we are improving. There's also the rail line that is linking the Abuja International Airport into the city center, which is completed. It's just the rolling stock that have been awaited. So it's beginning to happen. I'm sure I saw DG Niwa, the Barrow port that is completed, but it's not effective because the means of transporting goods out of the ports is not yet addressed. So we're looking at another rail line there, improving the roads, and also using vessels that have lighter depth to be able to bring goods to that port. Let me stop here at this time.
I'm supposed to just be the chair. I think that's why they made sure that whoever's supposed to chair this doesn't come from the ministry. But in defense, I just feel, let me just add to one of the things that Mr. Hassan mentioned earlier, and the Honorable Ministers touched on. When you look at AFTA, the Ministry of Transportation is actually the champion for transport within AFTA for Nigeria. The issue is, I have very good relationship with the Minister of Transport in Ghana, for example, and much as we are good friends, we're also keeping an eye on what each country is doing. And competition is critical because service within manufacturing and services, we Nigeria do the services better, and that is one of the advantages we have against other African countries. So transportation is a service, and so it's important that, especially with AFTA, all of us having signed on to AFTA, that we push out and build the infrastructure, which is exactly what Ghana is doing. They're building and rehabilitating their ports. They're building roads from the ports directly to the borders, all the borders within Ghana, so as a way of ensuring that they move goods out. So this, it's not just about providing services just for Nigerians, it's also for Nigeria to remain competitive. And in order to do that, I think, to be honest, not because I serve in this government, but I really think that, we really should applaud ourselves in the fact that we have the foresight and the fact that we realize that if we don't do something about infrastructure, then in the next couple of years, we will be so lagging behind, because right now we cannot compete in the manufacturing as efficiently as we do within the service sector, which is transportation, banking services, and what have you. Services, Nigeria, we're doing very well. We're doing there with Egypt and not some of the other countries within Africa. So I agree with this is why you're right, this is very timely, this is important. But much as we talk about infrastructure and connectivity, we also have to look at the sort of services in which we provide along. There's no point having the best ports, the best roads, if to clear a container, for example, takes forever. It just defeats the object. But we'll take it one at a time. Let's put the infrastructure there whilst we work on all the services. Now I will like to ask the chairman on the issue mentioned, I think your microphone is just there, your own contribution towards this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Finance, Minister of State, Transportation, the panel, and the distinguished guests. I think that for me and for NITT, we are concerned as an institute that there must be a forum where issues like these are canvassed and discussed on a regular, ongoing basis. So that you can ask the questions, for example, keep them in focus. Are the policies right? Are the policies sustainable? You know, are the policies due for review, and by who? Who is supposed to raise the red flag when we are going out of track? You know, and of course, we need to be able to do this and call the house to order and say, where are we going? Like it's been said, we are talking of infrastructure and sustainability. We are looking 50 years ahead. That is when, you know, some of us may not even be in this country or even on this planet. But it is something that is for posterity. But you must constantly keep those issues in focus and discuss them. And of course, knowing our country, the role of NITT as a foremost transport institute is to bring these issues to the table in a non-partisan manner, where people are not looking at it from the prisms of party, political party, or something, but ensuring that these are in themselves enduring policies that can, you know, stand the test of time. And that is why this particular two-day event is put together, because we have to participate. We have to show that the reason, the time why we exist as an institute in the transport sector. And I believe that some of the things that has been said, particularly the issues of tax rebates and you know, how that goes to fund the infrastructure is very key. But it's a policy. Who is to bring that policy to bear? 50 years down the road, we say we don't want to do more than 50% of tax rebate per year. You know, how is that policy sustainable? Who is going to review it? And at what time? I think for me, that is the role and the place of NITT in the scheme of things. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just share this with you before I throw this open to everybody here. So many times the Honorable Minister and I always go across to see my sister in finance with our begging bowl. And I remember the very first thing you always said is think outside the box, think outside the box. And just like she said, just before she finished her speech earlier, her paper was, we need to look for innovative ways of actually financing it. So when you have somebody who is open to discussion, knowing that doing things the old way surely is not going to be the way to get us there, it's important that I do hope that we'll have robust discussions and even ideas, maybe not necessarily right now, but at least to know that her doors and the government is open into looking at different ways in which we need to finance these very critical aspects of our development. So with that, I don't know if anybody has any comment from the audience. Anybody? Yes, questions?
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Ibrahim Jibril, the Magayak in Zozo, and the president of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. Let me start by commending NITT for taking the bull by the horn. And I think all the speakers so far have underscored the need for infrastructural development for our transport sector. And this is, as has been mentioned severally, this is key to our economic development. But what we're discussing particularly in this sector of the session is how to sustain financing for the infrastructure, for transport infrastructure. We have mentioned so many things that we should do in order to ensure intermodal arrangements are put in place as far as the transport holistic system in the country is concerned. And this is very important. But then, how do we finance all these things? And how do we sustain the financing arrangements? We must commend the federal government for the initiative that they have put in place so far with the tax scheme, tax-intensive scheme that they have put in place. And I can remember for quite a while now, there has been some suggestions on the need to have a maritime bank established in this country. And basically the idea is to be able to fund maritime infrastructure in this country. But up to now, we have not heard anything coming out of that. And I think this is an area that we must also look at. The Honorable Minister of Finance has come out to show clearly that there is a problem in financing. And that is why she is asking the NITT to come up with other models that will support what the federal government is doing. Unfortunately, we have not seen much coming out of the banks. It will be practically impossible to get the banks to do anything at the interest rates that we have running in the country today. In other climes, we have massive infrastructural development. Why is this possible? Because the cost of capital is far, far cheaper than what we have in this country. So I think this is another area that we must look at. I support the idea of Hassan Bello that the government must come up with this kind of arrangement, a vehicle that will see to the holistic approach to this problem. The banks, I see them as being in a key position to support this infrastructural development as far as financing is required. But of course, like I said earlier, this may not be possible with the interest rates that we have in place, and that is why I believe so far we have not seen much of infrastructural development in this country because the cost of capital is too high. The private sector will never come and invest. Never, because how do we expect us to meet up with the requirements for fund or for paying for this capital that would be advanced to any prospective investor that wants to come into this industry? And I think on this note, I commend the presentations and the discussion so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, can we take two more interventions? I would like to. Yes, please. Do we have a mic? Okay, someone has a floor very quickly.
Hello.
I will come to the front, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Good morning, all.
No, you're good over there. You're wearing a nice blue suit, and I can see that from here. I was just asking about the gentleman.
All right. I'm Professor Odewumi of Lagos State University. Reward for good work is more work. So what I see here is more work for NITT. And my question or poster for the Honorable Minister of Finance is, can we extend the road infrastructure tax credit scheme to the states too? So that it becomes a model that will cascade from the federal to the state, because the state has capacity to do a multiplier effect of this very innovative funding scheme. Then I want to say that we know our problem, we know where the money is. All the approaches, capital market, bond, concessioning, borrowing, private investment, and so on and so forth. The money is there. The problem is there. But there is a toll gate, a stumbling block. Policy somersaults, policy inconsistencies will not attract private person to invest. We have MM2 experience. We have Lekki toll gate. My commissioner for transport is here, Dr. Frederick. The experience of Lagos State. So what do I have to put on board? I think when we are inviting investor, we should allow the masses, especially those that are immediate stakeholder in the corridor, to find a way to become part owner of that project. Because that's what happened to Lekki project. People see it, you say some people are just not making money, whereas it's not a thing that they can make money on time. So the major problem, all of us at NITT, I cannot disown you, I'm on your board, is how do we reconcile sustainability and affordability? How can we borrow and be able to recoup? Transport business is not business. It's not something you can make money immediately. So how do we reconcile the two? Thank you
so much, Dr. Dewumi. We appreciate your time. We want one or two more interventions very quickly, but would you mind kindly pass the, if you like to sanitize it?
Hello?
Oh, okay. Yes, sir, may I go a little bit far to the right, then I'll come back to the left, then I have a gentleman from the World Bank to... Okay, madam.
Good morning, all. My name is Dr. Arafat Suleiman Yoro from ATB Bauchi. I would like to commend NITT for the milestone achievement of the management of bringing us together to discuss issues with regards to transportation infrastructure in Nigeria. Issues have been raised, and one of the points I wanted to highlight was the issue of the investment, private investment in infrastructure development in Nigeria. I think there will be need for us in this kind of discussion. We have the Central Bank of Nigeria, because the private investment support by banks, which is normally what is obtainable all over the world, in Nigeria is like most banking operations are into trading rather than long-time investments like that. If you look at what is happening in Lagos, the farm tanks we have, a lot of money was sinked in. Why? Because it's a trading business. But when you come to infrastructure, the investment is not there. You understand? And the issue of the interest rate, I think central banks should have to look at the possibilities of what is happening in the agricultural sector today, where we have a single-digit interest rate. So I think if this kind of fora, central bank is around, maybe all represented, maybe we could have heard from them if there is any plan for that. That maybe the central bank to bring in the commercial banks together and see the possibility of viability of going into infrastructure investment. If you go to other countries like China, you have Bank of Building, Bank of Construction, Bank of Agriculture. All these are specialized banks with heavy investment in them. In Nigeria, I don't know, we have the infrastructure bank, and I could have liked to hear from them what are their plans and what have they achieved. You understand? Right, like countries like Malawi, a small country like Malawi that has just about 19.8 million population, you can see the investments in PPP, in infrastructure development. In Nigeria, from 2005 to date, we have only just about 10. We have the Road Construction Infrastructure Commission. I don't know if they're here. It's good for us to hear from them. And okay, I would like to hear from the investors in the so-called PPP programs we have so far. The 10 infrastructural programs or investments, the AKK, the Lekki. Let's have their experience. What are the issues?
Okay.
You understand?
Right. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the comments that have been made, and I think all of them actually largely comments, and I think one question. Let me start by the comments that has been made by Alhaji Ibrahim Maga Yakin Zazo. Assalamu alaikum. You're right, infrastructure is key, and even before this government and this government, we have explored the various options from BPP to BOTs to the various shades that my sister described earlier on. We have issued infrastructure bonds, diaspora bonds. We continue to issue sukuk bonds every year to fund specific road projects. We have the RITs, and we're exploring other options still, and we're open to advice. The Maritime Bank keeps coming up, And I think from what the gentleman from ATB said, that CBN should be here. Maybe CBN is here. Is CBN here? I don't know, but perhaps the Ministry of Transport and ourselves will need to have a special engagement with the CBN, because investment in infrastructure has to be de-risked, one, and then secondly also it has to be at a low cost. At the minimum, a single-digit investment, because it's very long-term, very long gestation period, and the capital that is required is very, very high. So I agree with you that a maritime bank is an option that we'll need to consider. But having said that, we have just, a couple of months ago, the President approved the setting up of a company that is called the InfraCo, with Central Bank, the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority as members, but we also have some multilateral institutions, the Ministry of Finance, as investors in this. This is a 15 trillion naira investment infrastructure company. It already has the first 1 trillion as funding, and is actively looking for investors, and is going to be providing infrastructure, funding infrastructure at very reasonable rates. So we're inviting investors to get into this InfraCo, place your investments, or just ask for financing for your viable infrastructure project. But of course, they must be bankable, and they must be beneficial for the country. There are a number of issues, and we can't address all of them. We inherited the problem of MM2 and the Lekki toll gate, issues, but so far, what this administration has done has been consistent. And the President has consistently said, whatever project is on the table, on the ground, that is ongoing, as long as it's beneficial for the populace, completed. So most of these rails that were done now, there's none that we started from the beginning. But the President said completed because it's important for the economy. So I must say that this government has been consistent in its policy. And as far as I remember, there hasn't been any policy reversals that is harmful to investment. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, there was a question on whether the RIT, the Road Infrastructure Tax Credit Scheme from Professor Adeomi, can be extended to. It's a national scheme. That's why I was explaining that right now we're covering up to about 33 states with road networks that is about 1,600 kilometers with about 14 investors. And we are doing this together with the states. The state governors are helping to attract these investors to select roads within their territory. But it doesn't mean that a state cannot also take that executive order and try to see how they can remodel it for their own specific purpose. And it doesn't have to be in roads. You can design a similar thing in a state to address other infrastructure, and we're here to support.
I think you should answer this issue of the fact that you ask us to bring our parents and our homes and so forth. Our grandmothers as well.
Thank you. In relation to that point around cost, I think I've had the benefit of sitting on both sides, and I can share perspectives, which I hope will be helpful. So when we talk infrastructure, we're talking long-term investment. And it starts from an investor perspective. What is the safest instrument in a country for which investors will put in capital? Theoretically, that safest instrument is a federal government bond, as an example. So no investor would go into any investment to say they would earn less than federal government bond, because they could have otherwise put their money in federal government bond and they will stay risk-free for 10 years. So there's a function of where the safest investment is trading at and what investors require. That's number one. Number two is that, do we, within the banking sector, as an example, is there, as capital formed, such that banks have 20-year capital within themselves? If we think about all of us in this room and many of our wards, what we operate is actually current accounts. There's no savings. So it's in that context, when an investor goes to the bank and says they want 10-year money, the banks, the way they fund themselves, it's always current accounts. And so that problem around cost is also somewhat structural, that the banks may not be able to fund that type of long-term 20-year investment. So comes the alternative, where you start thinking about project bonds, where you start thinking about designated infrastructure funds that can then speak to investors to say, give me money for 20 years because I have a road project that is going to deliver a return over that time. So the message is that when it comes to infrastructure, we have to explore the many options that are available. There is no one solution. Yes, we can have CBN come to the table, but when it comes to infrastructure, it has to be a sustainable point. I think there was an emphasis on sustainability. And it's very important. There's no point coming today, because at the end of the day, if you capitalize an institution, you have to capitalize that institution. The federal government has come out with the InfraCorp, as the Honorable Minister said. That's a fantastic initiative. But they're going to 15 trillion, and they've started with 1 trillion. The 14 trillion would come from investors, and there's a narrative and story that InfraCorp needs to tell investors in order for them to raise the 15 trillion. And that narrative is consistent with the safety of investment, the regulatory framework, the policy consistency, and then the opportunities. The advantage we have as a beautiful nation as we have here in Nigeria is that we have the demographic. So what I think we all need to do together with NITT is to put that story together. That story for roads, that story for rail, that story for maritime, and the liquidity will come. Final point is that the amount of liquidity in the system, not just in Nigeria, but across the finance world, it's at an unprecedented high. So the question is, if there's liquidity, and even in Nigeria, the words from whether you think about pension that's sitting on 12 trillion of assets and growing within even Nigeria, the banks, asset managers, there's liquidity. So the real question is, how do we channel, what does this liquidity need to be unlocked? And this is the conversations that we are having. So I think I would encourage participants not to look at the problem, but to start looking at the emerging solutions and then how we all can plug in together to unlock it. Thank you.
On the issue of the regional, the Maritime Bank, before we take the last set of questions, let me just tell you that, as you're aware, there's a regional maritime bank being proposed with the headquarters in Nigeria, and with us also actually chairing the bank with our fellow brothers and sisters across the ECOWAS countries. That has moved forward, and I think pretty soon we would have established that. So just to give you an update on the Maritime Bank. Next up.
Thank you very much, Senator Honorable Minister of State, for Transportation. We'll take a few more comments. I'll throw in something from here, but let me allow this gentleman who's been angling to have a sanitized microphone. Please, you have just about 60 seconds on the floor, then I'll go to the gentleman from the World Bank, Olatunji Ahmed, for a few comments.
Thank you very much. Chairman, let me stand on the re-established protocol. Let me join the other speakers, to commend the NITT. My name is George Moralo, MD, National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA. Honorable Minister of Finance, the policy on tax credit for private investors is quite commendable, and I will appreciate if that policy also can be extended to the maritime sector. Because if you look at the reference you made with regards to the Barrow River Port, it's a world-class port, completed, but the biggest challenge there now is access road. The infrastructural development has to reach that port and make it viable. We can also explore the policy of concessioning, and in doing this concessioning, we must have at the back of our mind, it is clear to everybody, government alone cannot fund infrastructural development as it concerns our economy. And therefore, we must develop policies that will involve the private sector for them to get fully involved in and participate in growing that aspect of our economy. And in doing this, we must look at sustainability of policy and flexibility of the terms, making it something that can be encouraging so that people can invest their money. I would like us to really look at this issue of concessioning, because I had talking from my experience, there is an organization we're talking with, and they're interested in completing one of our ports that is 58% completed, but in the past 13 years, no investment has been made in that, even if it has not appeared on the national budget until just last year. So we are talking with them. Their intention is to complete the port, own it, run it for a period of time, and then see how we can get it back. But the first question they keep asking is sustainability of policy. They will tell you that if they invest, what is the guarantee? We must find a way to give them these guarantees, because we have to involve the private sector seriously, because government alone, in the light of the current realities, cannot fund our infrastructural needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mogelu. May I please ask Olatunji Ahmed from the World Bank, give us some perspectives from the multilateral institutions. What would you like to see? And after that, perhaps Alexandra from the European Union will say a few words, if you wish, please.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister.
Could you please use the microphone? Yes,
thank you very much. I want to congratulate the NITT for putting up this. It comes at a very good time. We, the multinationals, including the World Bank, we also like to contribute to the policies of government in this direction. There are so many infrastructural programs that the World Bank and other development agencies have been supporting the government. But this is just inadequate for what is required in the country. There are institutions that the government has not exploited seriously to give the type of confidence that investors would like to see before they invest in infrastructure. It is a long-time investment, and there's no place where there is no risk, especially policy risk. It is all over. The thing is that you will have to provide guarantee to investors such that if there is anything happen either in the economy, in government, they can be sure that they can recoup their investment. That guarantee is very important. And this is something that I want to bring to attention. I know the Minister of Finance knows this. Using an agency at the World Bank, Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, this is something that other nations have used extensively, and they have used it to encourage the private sector to come and invest in their country. The money is there. The issue is that people have to be assured that they will get back their money. On behalf of the development partners, we are ready to work with the government to ensure to provide sustainable financing for the transport infrastructure. And lastly, on the tax credit scheme, this scheme seems to be working very well. We want to key into it. We have been trying to get more information on that. And on behalf of my country director, I would like to congratulate the government of Nigeria for bringing this on, and would like to come to the minister's office to discuss a little more on this tax credit scheme and see how the development partner can key into it. Thank you very much.
Olatunji from the World Bank. Alexandra Gomes, you want to say a few words very quickly before we throw it back to the panel? Then we begin to wrap up this particular session. Thank you very much. Could you please sanitize that for him as well?
Thanks very much, Minister. Yes, I mean, we in the past, the European Union, we did a lot of infrastructure financing, as you know, and not loans. These were things were fully paid for. It's less so nowadays, at least from the main institutions. As some of you would have heard, know about the European Development Fund, which is now, it's going to be over. It's going to be all budgetized, part of the European Union budget, all the cooperation activities. We do a lot more soft financing other types of things that are, let's say, sometimes the infrastructure to the infrastructure, which by definition is what comes first, development comes next. But we have the European Investment Bank, which is the biggest development bank in the world by far, and which is increasingly active here in Nigeria. There's a number of projects that have been signed. And actually, they are actively seeking premises to open an office in Lagos. So there's going to be a representation here. And they do a lot of that kind of thing exactly. So that's one of the reasons why we have somebody from the trade section here as well, why we came here. I mean, because we find this very interesting to follow and all the new ideas that were presented here. Thank you very much. I'll just, if I may, just 10 seconds. Financing and interest and banks charging high interest, I mean, it's all a matter of calculations on risk. And there is something that it's not often talked about, but it's one of I'm an economist myself, that I'm very keen on, and I come from a country that belongs, I'm Portuguese, in the Eurozone, and we benefited from a single currency, and that is something that would go a long way in ameliorating also part of the risk that comes from having your own currency. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. One of the reasons I asked that you take the floor was because the EIB and the EBRD, which is European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, both the EIB and the EBRD are very active in other African countries, such as Egypt, for example, in terms of massive infrastructure. So we want to find out what the European Union can do to support Nigeria on the big heavy lifting, which is infrastructure funding. You're very heavy in Morocco, for example, for the EIB, as well as a number of North African countries. We haven't seen such heavy lifting for countries such as Nigeria. So I want to find out if there are specific things you want to look at for in Nigeria to get the European also to know. We have the Chinese here already, but we can use a whole lot of some of the great works you're doing in North Africa, also in Nigeria. Would you want to say a few words on that very quickly?
I'm being exposed here. No, but what I can say is that, I mean, I can't say, I'll come back to you later because we in 2 days this will be finished. But we do have a number of projects that have been identified and some of them signed in port infrastructure. But I can't be more specific. But one thing is for sure, they'll be present, they'll be in the country, and that is not long term. This is something which is going to happen pretty soon, and it's part of other negotiations we're having with the government of Nigeria. So it's something, if you keep an eye out for this, for the EIB, I mean, they'll be not in town, but they'll be in country pretty soon. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Alexandra. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I was actually going to support you and mention the fact that the EU is looking towards the port development within Nigeria. So, well, thank you all. I think I will pass it over to the Honorable Minister to say a few words on the comments made, if any.
Thank you very much. If I may, I want to start from the back end and also to just say, if I heard you correct, you're saying that the EU will soon have the EIB established in Nigeria. I hope that's what you said, and I'm happy about that because we've been at this for quite a long time. So EBRD and EIB has supported some projects in Nigeria, but they're not present in Nigeria. So they come in, have meetings and go, and the presence is not felt because of that. And we think the opportunities are large enough for the bank to actually be present here in Nigeria. So we welcome the bank arriving in Nigeria. And the World Bank, the RITC welcomes the World Bank. We are always having meetings with the World Bank. I didn't know, so I'm just learning today that you want to explore this more. We'll be happy to interrogate this project with you and also to look at how to enhance and advance it. So we can arrange a discussion in this regard. MD Niwa, I think for me, for ports, the way to go is actually concessions. The concessions is the way to go. Yes, the government can provide some infrastructure linking to the port, but if you have a concessionaire that is maybe resourced enough, they might even take up that option of building the road or building the rail line link to join a major or rail or line that is near in that area. we will support you in that regard. I'm sure that this is something that would work. I hope the investor is actually a serious one. Thank you, Chair.
Please.
Thank you very much. We are speaking with one voice. The importance of infrastructure to the economy has been stressed. However, the issue of collaboration, the Minister of Finance has said, and also Minister of Transportation, cannot be overemphasized. I think the left hand, or is it the right hand, should know what the left hand is doing in transportation. Transportation, the infrastructure must be deliberate. It's not so much for multimodalism as intermodalism, as the president of CILT has said. We have multimodal, transportation, but the idea is the linkage. The linkage is very important, and that's why we have Barrow now. Barrow, built, but then there is nobody had thought of the connection, and that's why one can come as a passenger, drop at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, but we still have to take a taxi to the local airport, which is just 5 minutes. No linkages in this. So this, a lot of time, that does not make sense. So I will support, a kind of maybe federal government commission. And we have seen the various options of of financing. And all of them, they serve, some purpose. But you need a body, honestly, to come together. Ministry of Works, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Transportation, Aviation, and all the other, so that you can have. That's what the National Transport Commission actually is supposed to do. But in the meantime, I think, as the Minister of Finance has suggested, we need, a body to really, superintend, so to say, the idea of cohesive transport system, seamless transport system, which will add to the efficiency and the desirability of having infrastructure, make for the development of the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we conclude this session, let me just thank all the panelists, the Honorable Minister, and everybody here. The only thing I want to add to the MD NIWA is that I do know that the construction of the road for the Barrow Port is in the budget this year. I harassed the Honorable Minister coming this afternoon, and when he put it in, he showed it, so I know it's in the budget this year. Also, the federal government, let me just add that the federal government has been looking at the issue of the need to finance transportation as much, or to support transportation. As Honorable Minister of Finance will remember, the committee that the federal government Mr. President put together on the issue of the food crisis, of how to reduce, which is a world, I mean, we all know what has happened due to the pandemic. It's not peculiar or particular to Nigeria. There's a problem world over, and we've just been a responsible and responsive government, set up a committee headed by the Vice President to look at how we can mitigate the issue of food, the cost of food in Nigeria. And the Honorable Minister was there, and we did look at it. And obviously one aspect is the transportation from farm to gate is absolutely critical, and the committee is looking at different aspects of how this can be supported. So with that being said, and like you mentioned, the National Transport Commission is a bill that I think it's still being looked at by waiting for the assent of Mr. President. But definitely there needs to be better connectivity and collaboration between the issue of design at that level, and that's where the transport master plan comes in, and also creates opportunities for private sector to participate in that. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for coming. It's good to see you again. The chairman, I'm hoping to come and see you later on to see whether you give us a loan. And Hassan, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen here present, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for my first panel today, ably superintended by the Honorable Minister of State for Transportation, Senator Gbemisola Rukaya Saraki. Thank you very much. She's still going to be around for a better part of the day, but for now we have a tea break. The 5 members of panel will please stand here very quickly for the cameras, very quickly to have a group photograph. And I would want to invite the Director General of NITT to please join them on the podium. Dr. Barrier, thank you very much for to support the team. The Honorable Minister for the Honorable Commissioner for Transportation, Lagos State, could you please step forward as well? Quickly join them for this group photograph, very quickly, please. And of course, the DG of NIWA, very quickly. We'll just do that for a few minutes. This way, please. And after the this group photograph, we will have a tea break for about 30 minutes. The tea break, our special guests and the VIPs will go through this particular door on my left to go upstairs. They'll follow Kolawole, and then the rest of the participants will use the other exit door over there to where the coffee and tea break is served. We'll be back here in 30 minutes, please, for the next panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, board members and council members who are here present, as well as other invited guests who will be making some presentations within the next couple of hours that we'll be wrapping up the first day. We've made so much progress so far discussing the opportunities for sustainable financing of transport infrastructure in Nigeria. That is a very good curtain raiser by the Honorable Minister of State for Transportation, Senator Gbemisola Saraki, and of course the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Dr. Zainab Ahmed, as well as other panelists who were here earlier. Thank you so much for being part of the program. We're now getting into more discussions with the private sector and to hear from those who have had a very good and frontline experience when it comes to infrastructure with the private sector, and that includes Lagos State as well. Now we're going to have this afternoon session dominated a little bit by those who are from Lagos, so please pardon us as some of us, of course, the Honorable Minister is now in Abuja on a federal assignment. But let's get this rolling, shall we? It's 1 o'clock. Please have the singular privilege and honor. Please, ladies and gentlemen, stand and give a round of applause as I bring on the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, ably supported by the Honorable Minister of State for Transportation, Senator Gbemisola Saraki, who is holding 2 caps today as a minister and representing the Honorable Minister of Transportation. As a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep it hot and coming. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Until this afternoon, I haven't met the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, on a very personal note. It's been quite some time, by the way. But 2 weeks, about a week ago, I saw some pictures of him holding a press briefing at the border with the Cameroon, and I was wondering what he was doing over there. But when I had to move the pictures, get them the bolder pictures, and try to find out where he was on the planet. And then I saw he was standing on a new bridge, the multi-million-dollar new bridge, which was constructed between Nigeria and Cameroon, supported, and which is one of the great initiatives of the Ministry of Transportation. And I said, oh, okay, here is Egbon. Well, now that he's close to the border, I know where to find him. So if there's anyone in Nigeria to be found on the roads, after the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, I think is the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing. Please put your hands together for Babatunde Raji Fashola, former Governor of Lagos State, Senior Advocate of Nigeria and the Chief Presenter of the Investment Opportunities in Transport Infrastructure. If there's anyone who's built more rails, or well, more bridges and roads in Lagos or in any other state, I think we should give him the credit. He was one of the early risers who understands how it works in government on one hand and the private sector on the other hand. So the Honorable Minister of State, Honorable Senator Gwemisola, you are in very good company, by the way. Please put your hands together. Let's bring Matudu Rajafashola, the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, to give us his lead presentation. And of course, after that, we'll have a panel which will also be shared by my able Honorable Minister of State for Transportation. A round of applause, please. Say a cool Nibaje.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Commissioner, distinguished Nigerians, ladies and gentlemen, I think what Bosin meant was Nigeria or Nibaje. And for those who do not speak my language, it just means that Nigeria will continue to prosper. So, ladies and gentlemen, my task is to perhaps put a few markers on the opportunities for investment in transport infrastructure. And I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me and also for keeping the time. Especially, I was supposed to present tomorrow, and we had to do some heavy lifting because of the Federal Executive Council meeting scheduled for tomorrow. And the organizers were gracious enough to allow us come today. For that, my gratitude is immense. I thank you for the accommodation. So let's go to it, if we may. And Bosin, how many minutes do I have? Okay, thank you very much. So I'll try and walk it down before then. Just to look at what our transport infrastructure is like, and you will see, unarguably, that over 90% of our transportation in Nigeria is done by road at the moment. As the rail program championed by our principal, President Muhammadu Buhari, and executed by the ministers for transportation and Minister of State for Transportation, Right Honorable Rotimi Amici and distinguished Senator Saraki, begin to take a foothold, perhaps we will see a different mix in how much road transportation really takes in terms of haulage. Let me say again that in terms of what we haul by road, I think I've described this as the eighth wonder of the world. Most of what we carry on road in many other jurisdictions is moved by rail. And so I hope that that mix will come on sooner rather than later, and you begin to see corridors evolving, Lagos, Ibadan, Itakpe, Warri, Abuja, Kano, and Abuja, Kaduna, pardon me, and the Kano route now, hopefully we will get there. Our road network is in the order of about 200,000 plus kilometers, subject to updating new roads that have been built at different levels of government. But the federal road network is about 35,000 kilometers of that 200,000 kilometers. The remainder belongs to the states and the local government. Therefore, you will see that the road transport is a major enabler in the Nigerian economy. There are some people whose livelihoods depend on being on particular roads on a daily basis. If they don't go on a road, then their family has difficulty. And so that is how critical the road network can be for, indeed, all of us. Without the roads, it would have been impossible. There is no train service yet to this part of Abuja. So we still have to do this. So what are we doing? I think it's important to get a sense of the government's disposition before we begin to talk about investment. Because government is the enabler. Government sets the agenda. This is where we will be busy. And that is when private sector then says, oh, if government is doing this, let me play here. I think that's how it works. So this administration set out, and let me just recap that a little bit. You know, I think it was in 2014, before this administration, we were warned that there was going to be a recession. No less by the minister in charge of the economy at the time, that there would be a recession. So it did not matter who became president. This economy was going into a recession. So what mattered, or what was going to matter, was what were you going to do? What were you going to do as a way out? What the Buhari administration chose to do was to develop an economic recovery and growth plan. If you remember that plan. And one of the drivers of that plan was investment in infrastructure. At the time that the economy was going down, was predicted to go down, the capital side of Nigeria's 4 trillion naira budget was 15%. The first Buhari government budget, I think, was 8 trillion, of which 30% was allocated to capital. So it was clear what this government wanted to do. An expansionist fiscal program targeted at infrastructure. Before I go to the results, let me pause to address a conversation that has emerged. I think a few days ago, somebody was quoted as saying that this administration cannot fix the economy by infrastructure. And I think that person essentially was diving into a propeller. Because, with great respect, is not only wrong, it's palpably wrong. And I will show why. You see, if you think back, imagine and ask yourself, have you ever heard a president, a governor, a prime minister, a local government chairman, on his inauguration day, in any inauguration speech you've read or listened to, not commit to infrastructure? The reason is simple. It is the most legitimate way to distribute wealth in a society, to create economic activity. So what is the plan doing now? Our recovery plan means today we have 895 highway and bridge contracts under execution. Highway and bridge contracts, not projects. So let's be clear. 895 contracts we are managing. This is because our roads are very long. So if you look at the Kano-Maiduguri highway, for example, it's 560 kilometers of dual carriageway. So it is difficult, really, to get one construction company to execute that. So what we do, we break them into sections. So we have 5 major contracts there. And this translates now to 13,552 kilometers out of 35,000 kilometers federal network. So this is what the ERGP is delivering. We have started a bridge rehabilitation program nationwide. At the moment, we have impacted 46 bridges. Some of these bridges have been built for decades without this maintenance. And that is why you find when you drive on those bridges at the expansion joints, you feel discomfort when your car runs over them. Federal Road Maintenance Agency, FEMA, is also undertaking scheduled maintenance. For 2021 year, the maintenance is over 5,000 kilometers scheduled for this year. Of course, in the housing area, we are also busy. Now, many of you will perhaps have seen reports of some of these projects, and I need not dwell too much on them, but whether it is on the Lorin-Jeba, Loko Weto Bridge, Gombe, Numan, Yola Road, the Kano Maiduguri that I've spoken about, the Abuja to Kano Highway, Kano Katsina Road leading to the Katsina Steel Rolling Mill, Enugu, Port Harcourt, the second Niger Bridge. There's a lot going on. But to the meat of the matter, how does this impact investment? Let me say that all over the world, no country excepted, the drivers of the national economy are SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, law firms, construction firms, engineering consultancy, dentists, this is manufacturing, cottage businesses, and all of that. Those are the drivers of any economy. If they work, that economy works. Businesses owned by families. And this is where the rubber meets the road in construction industry. Construction companies don't keep construction equipment. They don't keep construction materials, sorry. So they have their plants, they have their machines. But they don't keep iron rod, they don't keep laterite, they don't keep sand, they don't keep gravel, they don't keep granite, they don't keep cement, they don't keep diesel, they don't keep lubricants. It is when government spends and say, go and build road A, that they start ordering them. So who are the suppliers? Bitumen companies, owned by families, owned by groups of people. Quarries, owned by families, owned by small businesses. And this is how investment responds to infrastructure spending. So if we take the second Niger Bridge, for example, one component there, diesel, throughout the construction period, is going to consume 19 million liters of diesel. Just pause and process that, 19 million liters of diesel. So the construction company there doesn't make diesel. Somebody has to supply that diesel. So it means that a sector of Nigeria's economy that must be ready to continue to supply them. The same thing with asphalt, bitumen, cement, reinforcement, and so on and so forth. So this is how the interconnectivity works. But that is only one side of the story. So you will see the need for construction materials. We need quarry, we need aggregates, we need asphalt, we need bitumen, we need laterite, we need lubricants and all of that. So these are areas for investment as long as the Nigerian government continues to invest in infrastructure. And this is not just road infrastructure. So this is a logical order of progression of building the economy through spending. And if you have doubt whether the Nigerian model will work, look at what is happening in the presidential system that we copy. I think it is undebatable that the US infrastructure is much more advanced than ours. But that economy is still planning to spend $3 trillion to build more. So if we want to compete, this has to continue. And as long as this continues, this is the way really to create work. There are areas where we can certainly do with a lot of investment, and the opportunity is ripe now. As we are building more, the demand for bitumen is increasing. And we have large deposits of bitumen in many parts of the country. So this is one area where government is seeking now to drive investment and where we have seen appetite. A few companies have come to us now that, look, they want to get their feet inside water. They see the future because of the commitments that we have made. They want to start producing locally. Of course, with bridges that we are building, Bosin referred to the bridge linking us with Cameroon. There is also the Econ Bridge, the second Niger Bridge. I've spoken about the need for reinforcement. So again, if these policies continue, clearly I see the possibility of expanding our steel production and manufacturing footprint to feed that market. There is an important point I wish to make. Right now, most of the bridges we are rehabilitating, maintaining, repairing, largely require two things. The largest components, expansion joints and bearings. These are foundry work. And all of the expansion joints that we're using, all of the bearings we're using now are fabricated outside Nigeria and brought in. That is an active area of interest where I think investors can play. What we want to do, we have 1,700 plus bridges nationwide. So we are trying to build an industry case. So not just a few bridges. To be able to dimension the size of joints and bearings that are going to be needed, in addition to other components that we use to build bridges. When we finish the road, and in the process of constructing it, I've talked about diesel and all of that, there are other things which we characterize or call road furniture, lane marking, signage. These are again the businesses of small cottage industries, manufacturing, assembling, producing special paints with thermoplastic paints with glass beads. We are still importing some of these. And as President says, let us use what we make and make what we need. So these are again opportunities for investment. And I'm glad to say that there are a few small businesses, young people who are working with us in the ministry now, who are saying, we are tired of importing. They are setting up their small plants. Those are the SMEs I spoke about. As the policy gets right, those people will play. They will get their feet in. We need way bridges to protect. So we are going into the area of operation and maintenance now. After the road is built, what happens? We've just announced a tolling policy. So we are going to be building toll plazas. All of these are enormous areas of opportunity for investment. Of course, something has been happening since 2015. It used to happen before, but not with enough regularity. A data collection process of what is going on our road. So every two years now, we do traffic data analysis, what the traffic count is on all the major federal roads. We do it every two years. So this year's is due. This is employment. And these are set skills that we engage. Of course, those of us who are invested in this industry know that it is not just any sand, any laterite, or any diesel, or any type of product that you can mix together to go and build a road. They are set qualities. And therefore, before you apply them, they must go to a lab. We operate laboratories, in case people don't know, on every highway project, we have a lab set up. Again, these are investments for which people get rewarded, remunerated, and also employed. In the process of conceiving the idea of a road, it has to be designed. Consultants are employed. Right now, we have 168 design consultants under contract in the ministry. Then when we award the contract, we have design supervision as well, construction supervision. Right now, we have 202 such contracts. So these are all small businesses taking positions, investing in the economy as a result of what we are committed to. Of course, I could not overemphasize the lubricants need and how one sector, transport sector, drives other sectors. Mining, which is for quarry, petroleum, which is for lubricants, also agriculture. Because on every shift where you have workers, they need nutrition. So again, the agro sector is driven because we are playing. So every construction site that you go to today, you will find one small business has taken up position there to supply food. And when I ask them at the site, how much is a plate of eba? They say it's 250. And that is happening on every site. That doesn't belong to the ministry. So those are reactions, investments. But when you see a bowl of eba, egusi, and fish, don't forget that there's also a chain reaction. That fish came from the farmer, not from the woman who bought it. So people just begin to take position as you make policy. And livelihoods then depend on all of this. Let me round up just by emphasizing again the importance of what happens in terms of operation and maintenance of our road corridors, which is the final impact of building a road. Because building itself doesn't employ as much as operation and maintenance. That's where the real juice is. And in terms of further investments that we hope to see, we have launched the Highway Development Management Initiative. And this process seeks to concession 12 highways, totaling over 1,000 kilometers. We had 75 investors, and we're shortlisting now those who have qualified to go to the next stage. And there's a lot of work also going on just as a result of this policy. Environmental, social impact assessment, because of the international funding mix that is coming into it, all of the governance protocols. So there's so many people playing. We expect to see many things. We expect to see an investment in the order of 1.1 trillion if it succeeds. We expect to see 50,000 direct jobs if it succeeds, and up to 200,000 indirect jobs. We expect to see highways that will have rest houses, that will have very well-equipped towing services. Some of the towing vehicles that you see on our roads today, they themselves need to be towed. But they are small businesses. So given what we are designing, we expect that bigger, more structured firms will accommodate them. They will leverage on their access to credit, change their fleet, operate under a more efficient and rewarding structure. We expect to see ambulance services under that concession, again, medical services, providing ambulance services. Those are the kind of things we expect to see. Toll operators within those consortia. And the interesting thing about it is that we have a site on the portal for the HDMI that we call the vendor marketplace. And it's important to share what the vendor marketplace is here. There are people who want concessions. So there's a portal where they go for a road. There are people who want concessions of certain services, maybe a weighbridge, maybe they want advertising only on the route and all of that. They have their own concern. But there are people who just want to provide services, whether financial, I want to run this, so go and exhibit yourself there as a vendor so that people can then talk to themselves in that ecosystem and take position. The last point I wish to make, which perhaps is easy to overlook, is that as the investment in the transport sector increases and gets better, and the results begin to manifest as they are, there is one area that is going to invest and put its foot even more deeply in water: vehicle manufacturers. Trucks, minivans, private vehicles. So this is an area again that Nigeria is inching to play. We already see the offtake in some of our people, mini buses, luxurious buses. These are things we used to do before in Anamco and all of those places. We expect that this will come back as responses to the policy and execution of the investment in road transport sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. I do hope that I have kept to the time.
Another round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, specifically because there is no better way to break it down to the EBA and Egusi in road transport infrastructure in Nigeria. That's taking it all the way from the investment funding to the man on the street. And I think the Honorable Minister deserves another round of applause for doing a very good job. He understands the connectivity of the whole essence of infrastructure. Time now to have the panel for about 30 minutes. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Senator Gbemisola Rukaya Saraki, the Honorable Minister of State for Transportation, to please who's chairing this session, second session of the day. Thank you, Madam, for coming. We appreciate your time. Please also welcome to, as a member of the panel, Engineer Remi Adewumi, who is the Director of Consultancy at NITT. A round of applause for him very quickly. Professor Odewumi of the Lagos State University. Prof, you spoke about earlier. Thank you very much for coming. Please, it's a free sitting on this particular bus. Okay. Okay, you need him in the picture. Here we go. Yeah, the woman is in charge of the home, so she arranges her household. I'm just the houseboy trying to bring everybody on board. Nobody steps out of line. She's keeping the gate here. Make sure the boys are well positioned over there. And who was my final panelist? Yes, Mr. John Onojero, who's the council chairman of NITT. Thank you so much. Put your hands again for a second coming. Thank you so much. This way, sir. Yes, having been well sanitized when the team now constituted, Honorable Minister of State, we will appreciate if we can conduct this in 30 minutes.
Okay. Welcome back again this afternoon, everybody. And thank you so much, Honorable Minister, my dear brother, and to Prof and everybody else that is here. Because of time, and there's so much to discuss on this, I will get straight into, well, let's start. We've listened attentively to what the Honorable Minister has said, as he's gone through various opportunities and highlighted the various investment opportunities within the road transport infrastructure. Like he said, as I was being very good taking my notes, that, I like that, use what we make and make what we need. One of the things I remember when I first joined Cabinet was when the Honorable Minister mentioned that they just completed a road that started 33 years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think 33 or 36, I can't remember. And that goes to show you how far back we're lagging, that had those things been done, where we will be today is not where we are. But let me ask the Honorable Minister, that I think we've discussed so many times before, bearing in mind in these opportunities that you have highlighted, and in what you're trying to do with the HDMI, don't you also feel that there's a need in trying to encourage the private sector and individuals to come into the public sector businesses, that there's also an issue with how to be able to raise finance, and in particular, the level of documentation and paperwork that's required, that don't you feel there might be a need to streamline some of that in order to allow these so-called SMEs that are critical to the development of the country?
Certainly, there won't be success without challenges. So we see some of this, and that is one of the things that informed the creation of what I called the vendor marketplace. We recognize that some of the local businesses may not have the diverse skill sets to play in all the fields, but we hope that in the process of negotiations, we will see, for example, if a consortium is bringing a foreigner into a place where Executive Order 5 encourages local content, we will say, no, go and look at that and see if you can work with them. These are some of the things we have in mind. Then we have a project delivery team that reports to a project steering committee that I chair with the Minister of State. So they also provide support and guidance to all of the interested persons. What we have tried to do is to make the field as level as possible, open and transparent as possible. So all our transactions are taking place electronically on a portal. So there is everybody's footprint there, who did what, who said what. Anything that comes in paper to our office, we don't countenance it, because we're keeping it open. And it is on that open platform that we hope that some of this can be achieved.
Thank you. Prof, let me over to you on your own input on the discussion.
What the minister presented is does not need any discussion. It's an outline of what is doable and what they are doing. And like you normally say that you may not believe what we say, but at least you cannot deny what we do. I congratulate you, sir. The first thing I want to raise, because somebody spoke last panel and said we should always focus forward and not try to describe problems without preferring some ideas forward. Thank God the two ministers are here. 90% of mobility road, and the Minister of transport is not in charge of road. What are we doing about the merger? That we have works and transport together. Because the major aspect of, sometimes people don't know whether Honorable is in transport or is in works. So I think we can look at this critically, that works and transport needs to work together. But besides that, if they are not working together, because I will think housing should go with the environment. So I want us to look critically at it, that transport and works, because most of what the works does is for transport. Somebody cannot be building and somebody will be using. There should be a synergy. So what I want to put on the table, that if you cannot do that on a medium term, is that there must be a junction of interaction that must be institutionalized between transport and works. I want this to be a take-home, that if we cannot bring them together by any fiat or any arrangement, let there be a working committee that will be permanently reviewing the issues, because you are at the same junction. And it's important. Secondly, sir, you established School of Transport and Logistics, for which I was the dean for about 7-8 years. And what you said to me that day when you came to open our building was that transport issues is not something you solve at a knee-jerk issues. There must be some people thinking ahead, so that a new minister that gets there, or a governor, a commissioner, just goes to, we were with the commissioner for transport in Lagos State last week, and this is what we discussed, that there must be a think tank well ahead, so that the small PowerPoint presenter will not come and confuse a minister. He is from health, who is from work. He already has something. So I'm asking, is there any such thing? Because of that, you put the School of Transport and Logistics in place, which used to be a small department in that management or geography, but to be a whole faculty. And we are taking it all. Is there such a thing in your ministry or in the two ministries to work together to think ahead of these issues of transportation? So I think the two ministers can relate to that. NITT seems to be well placed for it, but they must be empowered to do so, to take that position. And some time ago, sir, you may not have my phone number again. I congratulated you on the tolling. Many people don't like tolling. Your experience, I mean, I've mentioned Lekki this morning. I said, and I will read and I will stop. On the toll policy, I humbly suggest the addition of the following responsibilities. I don't know whether you receive it. Security. Whoever is the concessionaire should be given it could be a small company that handle that, because people will not love the idea. If they pay a little token, they know that they are protected from Abuja to Kaduna, because that is part of his responsibility. Maintenance, you mentioned that. Free accident rescue should be part of it. Free towing for breakdown vehicles. Transit lodgings, where when it's getting dark, you can just go and rest. Tourist site development and tour guides. I handed with Professor Dewumi, SG. Now, these are the things I want us to bring to the table. Because when people know, because people, Obasanjo could wake up that one day and cancel it, because there is no particular benefit that people are losing. If they are going to lose so much, people will say, no, you can't cancel this, except you will put fund to replace this. So let me stop at these three major issues, that there should be some marriage between transport and works. Then a think tank that will always be thinking ahead, and some other additional duties for the tolling, so that we make tolling sustainable and to survive government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. It seems as if you used this occasion for you to pass your text message that I think so you owe NITT to come and lecture free for this opportunity that you were given. Before I ask engineer to say a word, let me just tell you that, yes, I'm sure I speak for all of us, that within government, there's always interconnectivity and interaction and interface. And that the Ministry of Works, as you know, is not moving in isolation. And as I mentioned earlier to the MD of NIWA, that the Honorable Minister, within the budget of this year, is the Barrow Port. So there's connectivity where we let them know, we sit and discuss. But I'm not going to waste time further to talk about that text message that you sent to the Honorable Minister. Engineer, just quickly do say one or two things before we throw it open to the audience.
Thank you very much, ma. All protocols duly observed. I want to really congratulate the Minister of Works for the presentation he did. He probably was talking more like an engineer than like a lawyer that he is, and he really broke it down to the real import of the investment, even to the woman that leaves her home to come and sell eba and gusi at the construction site. Very interesting. In the morning, the Minister of Finance established a link between transport infrastructure and economic development. It is still on the same strength that the more investment goes into transport infrastructure, it is very visible that the economy will move. And that is the basis of every discussion that NITT has invited us. Let us see ways in which we can bring in a meaningful economic development by having investment in our transport infrastructure. Investment is the addition that we bring to secure those who have the banks, the financial institutions, monies kept somewhere that are not being used for now. When they bring it into infrastructure, to build the system that supports our transport movement, then you will see notable investment in it. Traditionally, funds do come from various sources for the investment, and there's nothing stopping anybody to invest into transportation, because when there's a growth in one sector, it is important in another, and it develops on that level. The bridge maintenance that the minister was talking about, once the foundation is laid, that the materials to maintain support the development of these bridges can be locally produced, then it has a multiplier effect on the economy. People will now know that they can establish an industry in this that can work. Same goes for materials for road marking, materials for lubricants. Everything is one after the other, they have a relationship. Now, the issue is, can we sustain this? And that's the important thing. Do we have the capacity for sustenance? This is where the Nigerian Institute of Transport come in. We need to identify those quality of or level of services required, the personnel that are required to carry out all these jobs. When investment comes, they don't need to bring people that will follow it through from outside. No, there should be workers locally that are empowered to follow up the work. So capacity development needs to start from within so that we can meet up to the various investments that can come up in transportation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chairman, do you have anything to add to that?
Just something to add. And first of all, let me commend the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing for the very detailed presentation and the linkages between infrastructure investment and the economy. What I want to do first is to advertise the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology. Honorable Minister, we have one of the best civil laboratories in this country, in NITT, with all the modern equipment that you need to test your concrete, ensure that the road is built to specification. Two, you also mentioned something about data collection, which is due this year. And NITT is also very well positioned to do that. We have the Transport Data Bank right now in NITT. And then we also have the ITS laboratory also in NITT. All of these departments and areas, they need data. And we have trained people who are already well versed on how to collect this data. So you might find a good partner in NITT in those two areas. And I'm also very interested in the HGMI, which is more like the investor rendezvous where you have people come together and place the advertisement. I'm sure that NITT would find a space in that place very quickly to be able to put in the open domain some of the things that they are doing. But I would like to, like Engineer Domi has said, you need to train people to get them ready so that when these things come on board, people are ready. So people don't bring and import people into the country for services that we can deliver. So let me, on behalf of the board of NITT and the management of NITT, to invite you, sir, when you have the time, to visit the NITT Zaria. I think it's a place, it's going to be some kind of eye-opener for a type of equipment that we have there that can help the ministry to do their job better and to be more scientific in some of the things they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you make a comment and I throw it out to the audience, I think there's something, Honorable Minister, I would like you to just touch on basically, which is some legal backing to the various programs and policies that you've embarked upon. Because I know that for investors, they just like to feel comfortable that at the end of the day, you know how it is, not just in Nigeria, it's all over the world, that sometimes when governments change, policies change, and in the middle of it. So if you will mind, just advert here, text message here, and what's it in the middle, and the invitation to NITT. Let me say that I assure you, Chairman, I will bring him, yes, to that.
Thank you very much. So, okay, let me again, commend NITT for this opportunity, and I do not do so lightly. And when you visited our offices recently, one of the decisions we took was to engage with you in the area of services that we need. But if I may just offer, I think that NITT must also find a way of making itself more visible in the Nigerian transport space. I think that's important. Yes, it's good to make advertisement here, but I'm sure that if you sit down with Bosun for a nice fee, he can put you in some very, very important places. Works and transport, I agree with the Honorable Minister of State for Transport that we work together. Incidentally, it might interest you that we're working together now in a cabinet committee chaired by the Vice President to develop the transport policy. So those handshakes exist. The rail line, for example, would be more difficult if we were not working together. So some of the bridges and underpasses and overpasses they have to cross are under management by us. But once they request authorization, we give them permission, pull it down and build what you want to build and put it back. So those things are going on. At the end of the day, it's not so much the process, it's the people who are involved. Do they have a clear understanding of what the issues are? So I have a clear understanding that my roads are not going to last if the Ministry of Transportation doesn't come to the rescue to come and take the heavy cargo off. So it is in my interest that more rail tracks should be built. It will reduce maintenance, it will reduce the axle load on our roads. So as for the School of Transport, I mean, I'm glad that it happened. The story is a story for Professor Badijo is applauding. He knows the story. We went to the US. I went to speak at one event and they were talking about transport education, and I said, okay, why don't you come and train? And they said I should bring them to the US. I said, for what? That we will start our own, and we did, and it's working. So, but to the question that Yar'Adua raised about sustenance, I think the chairman alluded to it, or chairperson, if you like, about laws. It's not so much laws because we have enough laws. Again, it's about people. So clearly, this Buhari transport infrastructure policy is working. Some people have said last week that you cannot use infrastructure to build the economy. I have said that they are wrong. Everybody here has concurred. So it means that that person is pontificating on known economics. And that person belongs to a political thinking. So if you want to sustain this, 2023, stay with the people who started it and keep them there to continue it.
Thank you so much. So we've moved from text message to advert to campaign. We're doing good. We're doing good. Let me throw it open to the audience now for some comments and questions. I think comments and questions. If we start with three at a go, three.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think the three will just be fine so that we can move to the next panel. And thank you for the editorial as well, Honorable Minister. I got part of the editorial after the editorial. Yes, it did. Yeah. I thought one gentleman was raising his two hands, one on the left, the other on the right. It was looking a little bit like a cameo there, kind of. Okay, let me start with those two gentlemen who are competing for. No adverts. I don't want to get the chairman to sanction me. No,
thank you very much.
No text messages, please. Nothing of sort. Thank you. Let's go straight to the point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Babitele Badijo. I'm a professor of transport geography, and I worked under the Honorable Minister of Works today. Excellency, sir, I just want to appeal that the Lagos magic should be reinvented at the federal level. And the Lagos magic then is your drive for public engagement, public education, and public enlightenment. I know the difference between being an executive and also working with people under an executive. Meaning that there are limitations to what you can unilaterally execute. I want to appeal that with all the laudable programs and projects and achievements, the general public are not greatly aware or well informed. So my suggestion, sir, is that the Ministry of Information, the National Orientation Agency, will also be considered in the area of public engagement and public education. And since you have state controllers, they can also take over the focus group discussion aspect. Because when you announce on telly, many homes will not have electricity to pick the essence of your work. So at times, this publicity, public engagement, focus group discussion must be an ongoing thing in order to demystify the public attitude and the responses. Just as you mentioned, as someone said, infrastructure cannot work. Probably he has not even had access to any of your public engagement, public education, or focus group discussion. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Just let's take the second gentleman. Then I think we'll go to the extreme end of the hall.
Good afternoon. My name is Engineer Garba Muhammad Sani from NITT's area. I just have a comment and a question to the Honorable Minister. When we look at the theme of this conference, saying sustainable funding for transport infrastructure development, to my understanding, this conference is to look at the other alternative rather than the government funding in transport infrastructure. When we look at some other aspects that has been funded by government and are collapsed at the end of the day, are now being private-driven organization and they are doing well. Even when we look at the agriculture, before it was funded by federal government 100%. Now fertilizer, farm implement and other are being supplied by private organization and some little subsidy from CVN. The agriculture is improving. Telecommunication completely is being driven now by private sector. It's doing well. Oil and gas, we are now being battling with subsidy because it's not sustainable for Nigerians. That is why government is still crying that subsidy must be removed in order to have a surplus to do some other activities. That is why in transport sector, if we want transport sector to be sustainable, definitely there must be private PPP, that is collaboration with government and private sector, to come in providing infrastructure, such as now, for instance, federal government is building Abuja, Kaduna, Zaria, Kano Road. It's getting loan from either foreign and local financial institution to fund the project. After completing the project, what is the lifespan of the road? How do we expect, or what is the road going to pay back the money that is being used to construct and get some profit? Or at the end of the day, the maintenance of the road also, farmer must be funded from federal government to maintain the road, which is not sustainable. Now, if we want this road to be sustainable, definitely that is one of the essence of this conference, to proper solutions, other alternatives that will take charges of such infrastructure. So for the transport sector to be sustained in order Nigerians to have better life.
Thank you.
Like maritime, it's a transport sector that can sustain itself. It can generate fund, spend on the maritime, it can sustain itself. Airline also is a private-driven organization which can sustain itself. Road and other things. Like, I'm very happy that we have road safety here.
Can we allow the road safety to speak?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you very much. The road safety is here. The gentleman who wants to have the with the white turban. Thank you very much. Yeah, please, you have the floor for 1 minute, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. All protocols duly observed, Mr. The Principal. My name is Chief Abubakar Sadiq. I'm the Deputy National President of Road Transport Employers Association of Nigeria. What I really want to contribute here is I discovered that basically this conference seeks to promote more sustainable relationship between the stakeholders, hence the need for strategic participation of Road Transport Employers Association of Nigeria, who I'm representing here and also is in charge of road transportation. We need to suggest a way of providing funding sustainable for achieving the desired objectives of this conference. And that is why I want to join others who have contributed about this concession that we are really talking about. I think that concession of roads to organization in the private sector for the construction to enable the toll gates, actually generate local fund to support that incentive we are talking about is very, very key. And in that case, incidentally, I want to use this opportunity to appreciate the Minister of Works and Housing, and that the government of recent has concluded plan to return the toll gate that has been abolished for some time now. But the question now is, this toll gate, as much as we are ready to support it fully, to make sure it works, but we have to also concentrate on the roads. I also want to congratulate the present administration in their efforts to make sure these roads are constructed. But if the roads are good, and the maintenance, like the last speaker had said, there should be a monitoring team that will be able to see how do we generate the money from that toll gate. We cannot toll a road that is not, properly constructed, and then how do you recoup back your money? And that is where I want to thank the federal government in trying to construct road, but involvement of the private sector, both in the monitoring and the recovery of such money that is going to be involved, is very, very key. One other aspect I want to talk about is that the issue of transport bank, infrastructure, I'm talking about the bank for road transportation. We are talking about road transportation. The maritime also, I understand, they are also talking about bank. Why don't the government take this issue of bank very serious in transportation subsector? Because there has not been any serious bank that can be approached for any project that these private sectors will have to involve themselves in. And that is the aspect I want the Honorable Minister to take further into consideration when we talk about transportation and we think of road transportation, maritime and others. There should be a bank that is established. We have said this severally and it has not been taken seriously. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. I'm sure there are one or two bankers in the room. There's the MD of Managing Director of EcoBank, Patrick Akimutan, is seated at the back there. Patrick, he's also the Regional Executive for EcoBank in Nigeria. Patrick, thank you very much for coming. I can see you in the audience. Patrick, are you there? Patrick Akimutan, please, of EcoBank, Managing Director and CEO.
No, I think maybe the light is...
Okay, I think the light is... yeah, but he's there. But it looks like everybody wants a bank. Anybody wants a bank? Raise up your hand. We're collecting names. we just send it to the central bank to issue everybody a license for a bank. Then we're all happy. But then very serious point you raised. Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Minister, would you like to address some of the issues mentioned?
Okay, thank you. Let me just take them in that reverse order from Chief Sadiq representing the RTA. And I'd like to thank your organization. You were one of the organizations we met with as part of our transport sector stakeholders in developing the tolling policy that was approved last week. You make the point that if you listen to the press conference, that press briefing after the fake memo, I made it very clear that it is our intention that only the roads that are motorable will be subject to the tolling. And there's still a lot of, we're not there yet, as I said, we are not starting tolling the day after or today. But that policy was important to enable those who are willing to take concessions on roads to develop their financial model. They now know how much they can charge. They have an idea of how many vehicles pass the road. They know those who are going to be exempt. And so they can begin to do their financial modeling and send their request for proposal. So that's one step to the final goal, but we haven't reached the final goal. And tolling is only one of many services on the road. There's a lot more to a road than just toll. Then Engineer Sani, I think that it is important to clarify some things. First, you make what I think are some assumptions that the maritime industry and the airline industry are industries that, in your own words, can sustain themselves. Perhaps not. Those industries are struggling worldwide. Worldwide. And I think that it is important that we share knowledge on a factual basis. Very few airlines are breaking even in the world, even before COVID. That industry has been challenged by many things over the years. And even on the African continent, South African Airlines and a couple of others, they're really struggling. So it doesn't look as rosy as it suggests. During COVID, I know that Emirates Airlines, which used to be one of the most really successful ones, laid off over 20,000 workers last year alone. So, and maritime, I don't know how much you played. I come from a coastal state, and I know that it is expensive to run maritime services if you want to deliver safety. It is expensive. Dredging alone, installation of navigational aids, the buoys, and then safety capacity on the waterways. It's a lot of work, and it's a lot of very capital intensive. So, again, this takes me then to, and I think, I'm sorry, I'm going to take some time here because there's an impression being created that there's money in the private sector at large to just build a road. That's not so. There are some people who can do it, not many. So let me give a few examples. And just to, as Professor Badejo says, that we should have these discussions more often. The private sector is building roads in Nigeria as we speak. The Dangote Group is building the Apapa Oworonshoki Expressway. That is almost 100 billion naira of concrete road. The NLNG is wholly now financing the Bodo Bonny Bridge and Road. 3 major bridges, 10 minor bridges, and some roads, a total network of about 40-something kilometers in the creeks of Upudu. So that is almost 200 billion naira. So how many NLNGs, how many Dangotes does the country have? And I have said here today that the bulk of our economy, and indeed many economies in the world, are small businesses. Bossing Omo Fire and Co. When I leave government, I'll go and do my Fashola law services and Co. But small businesses, family businesses, that is what it is all over the world. So those people can't mobilize billions. That's why, one of the reasons why it was difficult to execute the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway was that you were looking at an individual to raise 200 billion almost for a 30-year road, which Nigerian bank has given a 30-year loan in this country. So if we ask the right questions from the beginning, some things will never have been done. So let's just be clear. It doesn't mean that some people can't do them, but it's not something that everybody can do. And if we don't ask the right questions, we will run into those kind of delays and all of that. Then there's the Sovereign Investment Authority. What they are going to do on the Kano Road, they are managing our funds, income from the NLNG. They're managing recoveries from previous era, returned back, repatriated to Nigeria. Then they are going to mobilize some international investors to bring money. So that will happen on the Kano-Abuja highway, which will be concessioned. Lagos-Ibadan will be concessioned, and the Abuja-Kano highway, and the second Niger bridge. So if you look at the HDMI, the 12 roads I talked about, you will see those 3 roads there. They are going to follow another concession track, because there's already a clear investment roadmap for them. But those are only how many kilometers of the 35,000 kilometers. So government must continue to still play in this field. That is what it means when they say government is the enabler. Once government opens the road, businesses will get on with their lives. Once government provides the jetty, people can move their goods. When government builds the airport terminal, airlines will position themselves, go and list their planes, bring their staff. So we need to be clear, not even abroad, most of the places, the impression they create or give it to government is not true. I've done an extensive survey across all the continents. No continent exceeds 37% of private sector in their infrastructure. None. Across the continent. And they are doing most of what we are doing. Tax credit like President Buhari is doing, and so those kind of things. And then when they get into trouble, you know where they go? They go back to the government. Come and buy. There is a group called the Cantrillion Group in the UK. When they bust, they just dump everything on government. We are going. Government can't disappear. They can. So I think those really are the things I just wanted to highlight, and to thank everybody for the very robust participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think on time, I'm very conscious of the time. I think we've addressed, given, I think the Honorable Ministers answered eloquently or majority of the points put across. And let me just add before I say, I bring this to an end, that most certainly, you know, when you sit at different forums and listen to people talk, it's always a disbelief as if government is necessarily the problem and that the private sector in itself can just come in, do it, and move on. Whereas, honestly, one of the things I'll take away from being an honorable minister is that there is a lot of talk. When it comes to actually doing, the private sector sometimes does fall short. So it's important, like the honorable minister said, that government takes its time and ensures that all the right I's are dotted and all the right T's are crossed. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for coming, and thank you for a scintillating discussion and paper, and I hope that soon you will pass some of that, will be passed around with, made available for people to study and come back at the various times on. To the rest of the panel, thank you very much. And I wish you all a wonderful lunch and see you back in the afternoon for the next session. I wish you a wonderful conference, and we look forward to the communique at the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very round of applause for the Honorable Minister of State for Transportation, Senator Gwemisola Saraki, and of course to other panelists, especially the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Raji Fashola, SAN. Please, would you please stand for group photographs? The Director General of NITT, could you please just join them? And then we will move straight on to the final panel for today. Thank you very much. Thank you, members of the panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I think we will do a very quick, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Director General. Thank you very much. We will, we would want to just do a very quick run into the last panel of today. Please, we want to keep the hall steady and remaining. The last panel, the chief prepared presenter for this particular final panel is Mr. Ross Oluyede, who is the Managing Director and CEO of Infrastructure Bank of Nigeria. We're getting close to where everybody's talking about the banks and the banks. They got the money. The chairman of session, I'll mention him after, but let's give about 15 minutes to Ross Oluyede to speak on the Infrastructure Bank PLC. This is a bank specifically set up by the government to address infrastructure. How does it work together from a financing point with all the infrastructure work that we're doing? Please put your hands together for Ross for his presentation, please. Ladies and gentlemen, bring in Ross Oluyede. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just plead to stand on existing protocols. Okay. All right, so I have a presentation basically on transport infrastructure financing mechanism for financial institutions in Nigeria. So a lot has been said already by the ministers, talking about infrastructure, talking about the linkages in terms of even intermodal between different sectors of the economy and all of that. So I would just have to quickly run through the presentation. Could you just help project so that, so basically, there's no gainsaying. In fact, there's much to be said, rather, with respect to the fact that there is a significant funding gap in the development of infrastructure. Our infrastructure stock is very, very small relative to what our peers, other countries, developed nations have. And there is a significant relationship between your stock of infrastructure and the level of, development and productivity in that economy. Which is why if you look at most of the developed nations, their stock of infrastructure is massive, given the kind of gross domestic product that they produce. So for Nigeria as well, for us to be where we ought to be, or where we should be, there has to be significant investments in our infrastructure stock to get us to where we need to get to. Quickly, the country has had different policies, either be it transport policy, be it infrastructure, master plan. All of it points to the fact that there's a gap and there is need to fill that gap. But there are basic things that needs to be addressed. Transport, essentially, is what we're talking about. So what exactly is transport? Transport is one of the most important things to consider in an economy. It helps to facilitate movement of goods and services. You and I can't be here this evening if we don't have motorable road that will take us here. Some of us came from out of Abuja. We flew, we drove. Transport is key. And that's why governments make it a priority for them to provide transportation, to provide transport within. So, but there are challenges, one of which is inadequacy of the infrastructure, of transport infrastructure. And of course, there are bottlenecks, and of course, there's funding required to be able to take out all of those bottlenecks. It will be good for the presentations to be projected so that people can follow. Thank you. So, the Honorable Minister of Finance has already defined transport infrastructure, which captures, and I'll just go quickly over it again, all fixed installations, including roads, railways, airways, waterways, canals and pipelines, and associated terminals, so bus stations, rail stations, airports, seaports, warehouses, trucking terminals. All of these constitute what you may call the transport infrastructure. And essentially, for you to be able to fund, since we know that we have a shortage in this transport infrastructure, for you to be able to fund it, the idea is to look at where exactly do we get funding from these two things. Traditionally, it's always been two ways. You have public and you have private. Public, of course, you have the government providing, which is the traditional way of procuring this basic transport infrastructure. So, I think I'm not sure they are ready to project this presentation to make it easy for people to follow. So basically, you have these two forms, government and private. More importantly, again, to look at the sources of funding for infrastructure financing. It is still basically these two primary areas: public sector funding or financing. Traditionally, usually come from taxes. So you have government deploying tax revenue to develop infrastructure. We've seen over the years that that is no longer sustainable because one of the things that has come out in the last 2, 3, 4 hours is sustainability of financing. That is no longer sustainable for many reasons. One, the population is growing, and so is the demand for this infrastructure is also growing. Secondly, also is the fact that given the vagaries of issues in economy, you also have, presently you have a weakened Naira, so the amount of funds, amount of Naira you need to get $1 is a lot more today than what it was some time ago. So even the NIMP document that was designed, given these two options, will have even thrown additional or increased the funding gap required to provide the requisite transport infrastructure that we need. So tax revenue is one, but government carefully have also been trying to expand the net. So there's also what we call the non-tax revenue, which is all of the stories we are hearing around road tax credits are ways to try and improve the non-tax revenue, which is a way for government to fund, to continue to fund infrastructure. Now, in infrastructure, there's also what you call user charges. They are not taxes, but they are charges that you pay for people that use such infrastructure. So when you hear the Honorable Minister talk about tolling, for instance, you pay because you use that particular road infrastructure. So that is another way through which to expand the amount of funding required to be able to finance infrastructure. Now, there are also what you call non-user charges. For instance, in a situation where you have maybe a rail project, a right-of-way, and then you have the government agreeing to the concessionaire to provide certain land along the right-of-way, where the concessionaire can develop such lands, build restaurants, build hotels, and certain revenues can still come to the government, either from the lease of such lands or from taxes that they levy on the assets that are developed on that land. So that's another way through which public funding for infrastructure can also. Then, of course, the traditional loans, which could either be in form of bonds. You have subnationals and even national going to the market to raise bonds, all targeted at financing infrastructure. Then, of course, you have the private sector. Principally, it's twofold. It's the debt and equity. So the debt usually is raised from commercial banks, multilateral financial institutions, non-bank financial institutions, and also from corporate bonds. There's also equity. So, but more importantly, it's important to look at financing instruments that we have available. I've mentioned some, but just to take it a step further, because I think there's need to correct some impression with respect to the fact that money is not available. In Nigeria today, from what we've heard even from the ministers, we've talked about a 1 trillion seed fund, which is the Infraco. So there's a 14 trillion to be raised. So there's already 1 trillion that is provided. There are certain specific dedicated infrastructure funds that are available. But all of these funds will not just run into infrastructure projects if certain things are not in place. And I think that is what is interesting to almost everybody here. You want to know, why is this money not coming in? We have pension funds. You have the newly instituted Infraco. You also have commercial banks. You have multilateral financial institutions. Why are they not putting money in infrastructure in Nigeria? So that is a question. That is what we need to unlock. And I think it's also important, like the earlier speaker, one of the panelists has said, yes, we can sit here and talk about the problems, but it's also important to look at the solution and the way forward. How do we channel funding into infrastructure, which is what is important. So we've talked about government budget. We've talked about debts, bonds. There's also, I'm talking about instruments now. So there are also guarantees. Guarantees are quite important for you to be able to finance infrastructure, especially when you want to increase the confidence of the investor. Take for instance, my bank manage a fund, a transport intervention fund, specifically for rolling stock. It's for high capacity buses. Now, one of the things we do, one of the requirements for you to be able to access that fund, especially it's open to subnationals, it's open to established transport companies. One of the things you need to do to us or provide to us is a bank guarantee. We expect that your commercial bank, your bankers, understand your business. Now, coming to us, and because we are managing a fund on behalf of government, one of the instruments that we need is for you to provide us a bank guarantee. Yes, your business will generate the repayment for the loan, but in case there's an issue or something unforeseen happens, we have the bank guarantee to fall back on. The same thing applies to investors when they want to embark on a project. They want certain guarantees and assurances from the government should certain unforeseen things happen, risks that well, you try as much as possible in developing a project to conceptualize, identify all the foreseeable risks. But sometimes certain things happen that is beyond your control. So there are insurances that needs to be taken, and I think that's one of the things that need to be explored in developing projects. But more importantly, guarantees have been requested, both at sovereign level or at local level, to be able to do that. Then there's also revenue generated by projects, which is what I talked about in terms of user charges. I've heard people talk here today about, I think there was a question somebody raised about the roads that is to be tolled. What is the process? And the Honorable Minister graciously explained. It will be a motorable road, a functional road. You can't just toll a road that has potholes and all of those. So people will pay, and the revenue obtained from that toll collections will be used to maintain the road so that it takes the burden off the government. Now, one thing that is also that I really want to talk about is the alternative financing mechanisms. I think the government, by extension, has been trying to do something in that light. For instance, the road tax credit, that is one way through which that can be done. Another option that we can look at is the fact that, yes, our road infrastructure or the movement of goods and services done by road, as stated by our minister, is significant. But having said that, the rail and other modes of transport needs to be developed so that they can work hand in hand to facilitate transport and movement of goods and services. At the same time, catalyze economic development. Now, one of the alternative financing mechanisms that I think should also be considered is what you call infrastructure plus property approach. I think I alluded to it when I stated the fact that when you want to concession a rail, for instance, along the right of way, the government can deliberately decide to lease out or even outright sale to the concessionaire certain amount of land along that rail axis. Such that, because when you do rail, most times concessionaires will come to government asking for either it's a subsidy or you want viability gap funding. You have all sorts of things that they will come, which will still sit on the balance sheet of the government. A way to get out of that is also to adopt this kind of approach. It's been done in different places. So the government allows certain portion of the land for the concessionaire to develop some other kind of projects. It could be restaurants, it could be advertisements, so that you have certain revenues that also come from there to the developer. Now, that reduces or almost in some cases eliminates the probability of the concessionaire coming to the government to ask for certain subsidies, because these are additional income streams that will strengthen the ability of the concessionaire to recoup its investments in the project. The Hong Kong MTR Corporation is an example. They did something like that, and it's quite. Another thing is to look at the least present value of revenue mechanism, where when government calls for proposals, the concessionaire that comes with the least present value of recoverable revenue is the one that is given. And what this does essentially is that it makes the tenure of the project very flexible. Unlike the typical concession we see in Nigeria, it's either it's 20 years, it's 30 years, and you have to wait 30 years for that concession to be done. This can be structured in a way that if you are able, after all of the studies have been done and the projected revenue is ascertained, if by chance the amount of revenue you get is higher than what is projected, it means you can recover your cost quicker. So the tenure of the concession becomes shortened, and vice versa. If it's taking longer for you to recover, then the concession can go. So these are things that can be explored. Then, of course, there's the non-box fair revenue. All of these are targeted towards rail because I see that a lot of efforts and it's been focused on road. So non-box revenue, what's the box revenue? Essentially, it's just around tickets for, and freights that you pay for moving goods. But there are other ancillary income that can be generated from the rail. So you could have things like Wi-Fi, hotel, restaurants, concierge services, and all of those can improve the revenue that is obtainable from the project. So that reduces the amount of funding that needs to go into the project, because the project by itself will be able to generate these additional rates of. So by and large, in financing infrastructure projects, there are funding options come from different ways. There's a budget, which we've said is inadequate. Multilateral agencies can provide funding. Export credit agencies can provide funding relating to what their remit covers. Deposit money banks, they have limitations. We've heard extensively it's difficult to lend for longer tenors that doesn't match their own risk profile. They have liabilities, they have short-term funding. So they can't, it's difficult for them to give loans for longer tenors that does not match the risk profile that they have. Secondly, again, is to mention, because issues are around commercial banks and the rates are high. I think my colleague, I think he's left now, mentioned earlier, you cannot give lower than what the risk-free rate is. That is one. Secondly is the fact that there are also costs. So all of this adds together to make it a bit more expensive. However, concessionary funding from government, which I think the federal government has tried to do through the CBN in some instances, also help to stimulate, investment in infrastructure. There's, of course, capital markets, which is another avenue through which investments can come in. Some of these concession projects, they can get listed, through which go public, and you and I can participate in those projects to bring in funds into them. Pension funds, we've got to find a clear, a well-defined policy on how to attract our pension funds into infrastructure projects. We sit on trillions of naira in pension funds, and we should find a well-articulated way, airtight way, that these funds can come into infrastructure development and still find its way back to the pension. One way to make this happen, because government alone cannot do it, is to collaborate with the private sector. So one way through that is concessioning, public-private partnership, where different people bear risks. Their risk profile, they bear risk to the extent that their positions to take. So a typical PPP program structure is you have the SPV, project company, and then you have all sorts associated with it. You have the contractors, you have the banks, you have everybody working together, which is what you have on the screen. So all of these interact together. There are lots of agreements to be executed, and PPP in itself is not just a one-stop solution. It has to be carefully defined. It has to be carefully tailored towards the project you are sponsoring, because there are different issues across the spectrum of PPP. Because of time, I think I'll just have to run through. But I think for private sector funding to come, one of the basic things that needs to happen is that bankability. And there are so many factors that work for bankability to happen. One, which I think I haven't really heard that much today, is the issue of regulatory framework. We can't run away from the fact that one government comes, another government takes over, and then you have complete variance in existing policies. It's difficult for investors to work in that kind of scenario. I want to put in my money, for instance, in a 30-year project, when I'm sure that come 10 years, 20 years, the government's position hasn't changed regarding the project. Then there has to be sanctity of contracts. So if government agrees with me that this is what it will be today, I shouldn't be sleeping and be worried that tomorrow government comes and changes the goalpost, and then I'm left hanging. So some of these things are things that need to be carefully addressed for private sector funds to be able to come into government, collaborate with government to provide these goods and services and development of transport infrastructure. So these are critical issues that need to be addressed. I laud the government for the efforts they are making, the HDMI, but at the back of all of that is this basic issue I've highlighted. Many times, it's not the funding that's the problem. It's the regulatory framework that's the issue, because no bank will want to put its money when you are not sure the money is going to come back. And because you are a bank, you want your money to come back even with younger brothers and sisters. That is interest. So that is the idea. So if there is a perceived issue with the regulatory framework, then there will be hesitation or resistance on the part of lenders to provide funding into infrastructure projects. So essentially, because of time, so Minister talked about opportunities in the infra space, but I just want to mention that, as infrastructure bank, first and foremost, we used to be called the Urban Development Bank, previously wholly owned by the government. After a while, we have private sector investments. So as we speak today, federal government owns roughly about 10% of the infrastructure bank. The name has changed from Urban Development Bank to the Infrastructure Bank. So you have state government under the Governors Forum owning another, between the state government and local government, there's another 15%. So by and large, all tiers of government, it's roughly about 25% stake in the Infrastructure Bank. So we ourselves, we are an example of PPP. So you have private investment and you have government investment. Like I mentioned earlier, we manage a 25 billion fund for the government, which is for transport rolling stock, high capacity buses. We also provide, and one of the things that's missing, again, when I say bankability, one of the things we do is also to work with both government and private sector. To work with them, you have to develop your models, you have to work through identifying all the risks, develop mistigants and all of those things. So they are critical. And they can be expensive because you need funding to do tests, to do studies, to be able to get to a point where you can develop a financial model and you can test the bankability of the project. So we are well structured to assist and provide assistance to private and public sector. We are currently working with the Ministry of Aviation. Aviation is trying to do what you call Aerotropolis, which is an airport city. So we are providing advisory services to the government towards the development of that. One of the things that I would have recommended if ministers were here is that the government also needs to work with advisors to help them strengthen, because sometimes, project sponsors come to you with ideas. You need to be able to critique it, you need to be able to check it, so that the issue of failure can be eliminated from the onset. So we are positioned to assist the government across the different spectrum of infrastructure, in advisory capacity, as well as even in a financing capacity. But for me and for the banks, it is important for bankability to be attained before people can start thinking of even taking your request to pass it through the credit committee. If bankability is not even seen, there's not going to be any movement. So all of these things work together to ensure that private funds can be unlocked. So I'd like to thank you for the time. TIB is willing and able to assist the government as well as private sector in developing infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ross. Take a seat. Very insightful presentation, all breaking down. We have a whole lot to do on the infrastructure side, what you call the bankability. That word is loaded wherever you see it. It's one of the key problems we have in our infrastructure deficit and funding in Nigeria. Nobody wants to put money on anything that is not bankable. So it's easy to talk about money, but is it bankable? Can we put our money on it? And that goes to one of the critical pillars of bankability, which is the political risk, the regulatory, and the policy environment. Let me please invite the chairman of this session, the representative of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Commissioner for Transport, Lagos State, Dr. Frederick Oladeyinde. Please come forward to the high table. Thank you. Now we'll be hearing from Lagos State and getting some of the learning curve for Lagos State in ensuring the level of infrastructure provisions that Lagos State has been able to achieve over the last 20 years, and how we see if we can replicate some of this at the federal level, and even some state governments can also take on board some of the learning curve from the Lagos State administrations over the last couple of years. Also to be part of this panel is Mrs. Mercy Ilori, who's the Director, TPC at the Federal Ministry of Transportation. Mrs. Ilori, are you in the hall? Please put your hands together for Mrs. Mercy Ilori, please. She's joining the panel. And the other member of the panel is Professor Ubogu, Federal University of Decima. Where's Prof? Okay, put your hands together also for Professor Ubogu, please. I'm going to allow Dr. Frederick Oladende, who is the Honorable Commissioner of Transportation for Lagos State, to speak to how Lagos is doing it, but also to moderate other members of the panel to harvest their ideas on how we can do funding mechanism or financing mechanism, some of which Ross spoke about earlier. I'm sure Lagos State has done a whole lot of this funding and financing with the private sector, with the banks and the rest of them. So he can speak to that as well. Then we'll hear from the other two technocrats on what their thoughts are as far as funding mechanisms concerned. You have about 30 minutes, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to stand on existing protocol. Let me just start by saying that the reason why we're here is to look at alternative ways of funding infrastructure, because currently the way we're funding infrastructure, when you look at it, even Lagos State is struggling. So we need to look at what we're really doing and what innovative ways we can bring to the table to actually raise revenue. So you had the minister say that most of transportation in Lagos is by road. It's about 95%. And if I can just be a little bit partial towards Lagos State, let me just say that Lagos State will never build itself out of congestion. It's not possible. And so Lagos State has to find a sustainable way of moving people from one point to the other. And that's where the connectivity between roads, rail, water transportation, and cable car, if you want to throw that in the mix, comes into play. But the key question is, how do you fund these alternatives? Because they're very expensive, they're complex, and it requires expertise. And that's the real question. Now, I'm going to give two scenarios here, and then I'll then throw it open to the panel to then debate on what is happening. I mean, what we've gone through. We have an operator, and that's why we should look at the mix of local as well as international investors. We need to bring international investors, whether we like it or not, to play in the space. But we have an operator, a private operator, who decided to run one of our BRT lines. And so they gathered the investment from abroad in dollars. And then just as they bought the rolling stock and then they were about to operate, the Naira crashed. Remember that the investment they're doing, the revenue will come in Naira, but they have invested in dollars. Okay, so you can see that from the beginning, that business is going to struggle. And one of the things I'm going to throw to especially the banker is how do we mitigate against such risk? Because it's happening everywhere. And that's why international investors would not come in to invest in Nigeria. Now, the second one is our rail line. Yes, Lagos State is building its rail line. The government is trying to invest. We're trying to get partners to actually partner with us. However, we always say that government cannot do it alone. The question is, how do government raise capital to make sure that it has a skin in the game so that when investors come in, they do not invest maybe 100%. So you build your rail up to about 50% and then you let the investors take over. And there's one thing I want to throw on the table which a lot of people have not looked at. I have been looking at this problem for 10 years and nobody has done anything about it. So you build a rail line. I mean, you create a corridor, you build a rail line. Everybody around that around the area has a land or investment. Because you put a rail line there, your investment goes up by 100%. And then the investors, the people that own land, etc., just walk away with that 100% increase. But government has invested in there. What are we doing to ensure that that 100% increase in value government gets, let's say 50%, so that we can put it back into the infrastructure that we're developing? Nobody has looked at that. That's the question I'm putting on the table. So just to stop there so that I don't take, I don't take all the time in the world. I want to start with the chairman, the presenter, and to look at some of the scenarios I put on the table. I know I've seen what you presented. They're very good, but sometimes they're theoretical. They're very theoretical and they can be difficult to implement. And I just gave you an example.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think I'll start from the last one, where you give an example of a rail line and properties along that axis are appreciated in value. And the idea is, how does government have a skin in the game? And I think it's part of what I mentioned earlier to say that one of the alternative financing mechanisms that some climes have adopted is the same example of rail line. So Nigeria, because we need to be very careful, and I think it's good to say things that are practicable. Now, the moment there is a plan for a rail line to be developed, people who before had no reason to be there suddenly will go and put up things all in the name of trying to get compensation. That in itself increases cost of doing business. However, there's what you call the right of way that the government has already, I believe for the rail line, the government has already obtained. Either he's sitting with the Ministry of Transport or sitting with Ministry of Aviation, he's sitting somewhere. Government has right of way. So one of the things that, one of the strategy, which is what I call the infrastructure plus property approach, is that the land that is ceded to the concessionaire is valued pre the infrastructure development. So pre the appreciation that will come with the infrastructure development that the concessionaire will do. Now, once the concessioning has taken place, you've done construction, commercial operation has started, the value of the property definitely would have gone up. In some climes, they charge what you call property taxes. So there's a differential between what was ceded to the company, which is the bare land valued at, let's say, 1 billion, and once the concession or the construction has been completed with enhanced value to the associated infrastructure, the property value goes up. Now, the government can charge, and in some instances, we can talk better later on how it's done in different places, and that is something that is practicable. Because the valid is a valid point, whereby I need to take a slice of this appreciation that has come to the investment that's been made.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. And I think it's something that NITT need to research into, because I think that's when you look at what's happening in the world, you look at Australia, etc., you look at Singapore, that's how they raise capital to develop their rail infrastructure or heavy infrastructure. So that's one alternative. So let me go to Mrs. Mercy. So you've heard what the presenter, I mean, you've listened to what he has presented, and you know the challenges that we have in Nigeria in particular. What are we doing wrongly in terms of attracting investors to invest in our infrastructure?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished, I'm standing on the existing protocol. Just like the presenter has done wonderfully well in the lecture, will we all agree with me in this hall that transport infrastructure is quite an incurable tax because of the funding requirements? It's very expensive. Not only that, the maintenance of it is another issue. What are we not doing right, like Mr. Chairman of this session has asked? How do you explain the rail track that are newly constructed, the standard gauge lines, that people are going there to vandalize them? How do we want government to operate? You know, because one thing that I'm so sure of is infrastructure today, about over 20 years ago, was better than the one we have today. Why? Because the Nigerian factor, the individual nature of man, that there's need for us to checkmate and you said, be the change you want to see. One thing that is so sure from the lecture and from what we all know is that government cannot do it alone. The resources are no more there. The oil revenue that we had around 1999, as of today, is no more like that. And this dwindling resources has adversely affected, at a point we say we have oil boom, but the resources from that oil did not give us a commensurate infrastructure. Now that we are trying to do it right, there have been so many questions. I know my minister has spoken about rail, that why are we going into repairing the standard in the narrow gauge in pari passu with the standard gauge line. What we are saying is the narrow gauge has been there before now and has served this country well. And those times the growth rate is over 34% growth rate. Now today, we can't boast of 8% growth rate. Why? Because infrastructure is the main bane of economic growth and development of any nation in the world. And now infrastructure is the lifeline of why we are here. It is what we need to move people, to move goods, to increase production, consumption, and let the goods get to their targeted beneficiaries. Now we have different modes of transportation that the investment is quite expensive. What happened in Lagos when there was this NSAS or something? See what happened? They went to destroy structures that will take us years to recover back. All these things are things that discourages investment, attracting investors into infrastructure provisions. Now as government has known that they cannot do it alone. And that was why government disengaged from, they try to provide the enabling environment. And the clarion call now is public-private partnership, depending on the terms of agreement. And that is why government, most times now, what we do, we are looking for investors in rail, in road, and when these infrastructures are there along the rail corridors, these are things that will draw people out of poverty. There was a time that there was toll in this country, and those tolls serve as a security for a driver that is coming, maybe from Lagos to Kano, for example. Today, they removed those tolls due to policies because they said it was corrupt, they were not remitting, and it was enriching some few individuals. But that was not, what about the security implications? that today, if your vehicle breaks down not in the city, it's a problem along all the corridors line. The economic activities that were there fizzle into nothing, and those corridors now turned out to become insecurity traps for us, and even our neighbors are taking advantage of that. So when you look at it, some will say, why is government providing the Maradi rail line, for example? We have forgotten the economic implication, attracting, so that rather than going, the goods is meant for Nigeria, they will pass through Ghana, pass through Nigeria, and then they are targeting us. At the end of the day, we are saying, if we don't put our house in order, there is no way that we'll be able to have, and the way people are very destructive, there's need for us to heighten the awareness campaign that the money we are destroying belongs to Nigerians. It is not for the president. It is not for anybody in government, but it's the resources of this nation belongs to us. And it is our duty, collective responsibility, to guide it jealously, to ask questions, and also to market it together. If we must be able to come out of the wood and move faster on a fast lane, there is need. I've had so many, the cross-cutting issue, the intermodal connectivity, everything, concessionaires, that as has told us, the advantages of opportunities, it makes them bankable projects. Now, government needs to provide the regulatory framework, the enabling environment, the policies that will secure investment.
Thank you very much.
That will attract investment.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So basically, government has more to do in trying to ensure that we protect the investment of people that come in to invest. Okay. So in Lagos, and I'm coming to you, Prof. Some time ago, you've heard of the Lekki Toll Road, the LCC project. And we did the appraisal. We made sure that, we had a bankable project, and then we went into implementation. And after a couple of years, you know what happened. So is there a problem in the way we appraise projects, in particular, particularly in Nigeria? Do we need to do more? And what's wrong with the appraisal system in Nigeria right now that makes PPP? Because there are not many successful PPP projects in Nigeria, if I can put it correctly. If you could just take that up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, the presenter, for a beautiful seminar synthesis of financial mechanism for transport infrastructure development. I want to take it from the reverse angle, starting with perhaps what have we not been doing in this country, why funds have not been adequately ingested into transport infrastructure in Nigeria. One of the major problems from the synthesis of the presenter is that we have not adequately harnessed the two main sources which he outlined. And I want to be particular about commercial banks, non-bank financial institutions. Perhaps one of the main reasons why they've not been doing that is because of interest rate. The interest rate is so high that banks, to the best of my knowledge, will want short-term investments that will yield quick returns. And we all know that transport infrastructures are long-term investments requiring huge capital, outlay. And as a result of that, banks, financial institutions have not been forthcoming. And that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. Indeed,
looking at the constraints, you agree with me that the commercial banks and financial institutions have not taken advantage of the idea of consortium of banks coming together, knowing fully well that banks, a particular bank may not be able to handle a project, for example, our rail transport projects. So what has been the stumbling block preventing our financial institutions from coming together as a consortium in developing transport infrastructure? I want the presenter to take that back home and perhaps ponder on it and come up with workable solutions as to how we could move the transport industry forward. Now, coming back to the Lekki, the example of the Lekki project which you cited, very often these projects are, as we know, capital intensive. And every investor wants to recoup his investments. The greatest problem is identifying the risk. The risk involved. Most transport infrastructure projects, very often, the experience has shown that sometimes they look at the social implications more than the risk involved. And apart from the risks, I also noted obligations and appropriate durations for the project finance. The example in Lagos, I'm not too conversant with the financial details of the project, but no investor will want his investment to be demolished and burnt down, especially where insurance, companies might not insure the entire project to the fullest, as it were. So what is required is, the financial institution is all-encompassing. Both those that actually ingest the funds and those that will manage, and even those that will ensure the risk involved in the project. All these issues have to be taken into consideration when developing transport infrastructures. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that. So just another example of how we're trying to complete the blue line and red line in Lagos, and we are promising the people of Lagos State that we'll complete it by the fourth quarter of 2022. So there was a dialogue with CBN, the Central Bank of Nigeria. And these are some of the innovative ways that we need to look at. So we approached them and we asked whether we could, they could raise some capital for us to actually complete the rail line at single-digit interest rate. And so they went away and then they came up with a scheme called the differentiated cash reserve ratio, which some of you might be familiar with. And with that innovation, they came up with a scheme where with the amount of money that we borrow, we'll pay 5% interest rate in the first year, and then the rest of the tenure of the project will pay 9%. So it's a very creative way of structuring the project, and I think that a lot of us should look at that. And that's one way of developing complex projects. But my question to the presenter would be, is that model sustainable? I don't know whether you understand the way it works. Is it sustainable in the future?
Well, I think for the immediate short term, yes, it is. But on a long-term basis, it has to evolve into something else because the CBN cannot and will not be able to attend to everybody going to CBN is not a commercial bank. So they may have done that on some concessionary basis and the strategic importance of the infrastructure assets in question. But on a sustainable basis, I don't think the CBN will open its doors to everybody, come and get this. So what the CBN has done historically is to route it through certain financial institutions. So they've had dedicated infrastructure funds. We had at some point the Power and Innovation Fund that was done through the Bank of Industry. So companies and players in that space would go through the Bank of Industry. It's as a concessionary rate, I think single digit as well. So what the CBN can do on a holistic basis, because they have the wherewithal to do that, is to be able to increase this dedicated infrastructure fund. However, we must also bear in mind that the government now, through the CBN, have also now instituted the Infraco. So the Infraco, by the time it kicks off, I'm sure it's going to cover every area of infrastructure, whether it is be it transport, be it housing, be it water, depending on the blueprints and what they think it will cover.
Would we be able to maintain that single-digit interest rate?
Yes, we should be able. In fact, I think the Honorable Minister alluded to the fact that it will be at single digit, because that is it will be difficult. Let me be honest with you. For I think in terms of commercial banks, you can't blame them when they come out with interest rates that are high, essentially because they have costs. They are not the CBN. They don't have the state behind them. It is your fund and my fund that they have that they can lend. So I put my money in there, you put your money in there in a current account, savings account. That is a collection of that pool they make available in creating risk assets, in giving loan to us. So there's a spread that they make. Now, the discussion could be discussions with CBN and policymakers in trying to regulate. Maybe there's a way they can, help to minimize, this spread, such that it becomes fairly affordable. But they have a risk profile. And again, there's no blanket. I can be a bank. I give loan to you, sir, at maybe 15%. I may give to madam over there at 18%. If the risk profiling is different. So there are ways, the commercial banks they are trying their best within which they can finance infrastructure. I'll give an example. We used to, my former employment, we were supporting a project. Somebody was trying to do power project in southeastern part of Nigeria. Now, what the commercial banks was able to do was to make funds available for the construction. Expensive, yes. However, post-construction, then that construction can be refinanced with maybe by multilateral financial institution like AFDB, like World Bank. So everybody has a role to play. Construction might be 1, 2, 3 years, after which the thing is refinanced, just like the differentiated interest rate that CBN, 5% here, but in this case, you have a higher interest rate and then refinanced at a lower rate. So there are different strategies that will work for us to be able to develop infrastructure.
Very interesting. So, these are creative ways in which you can actually fund complex projects like the rail project, especially at state level. So I would encourage every state to go in, to look into that and see whether it suits their state. Because whether we like it or not, the gap is huge and we have to look for sustainable ways of moving people. Because at this rate, at the rate at which we are going, especially in Lagos, I think it will be quicker. You get there faster if you walk than you drive your cars in some areas. And so we just have to look into all these creative ways. So one other example which I want you to respond to is that Lagos State is also talking to multilateral agencies like, we're talking to the World Bank, but at the moment we're talking to IFC, where we're getting a loan in dollars, but we're going to pay back in naira. So what that does is it takes that interest rate risk out of the equation. However, you've got to hedge that loan. How do you respond to, how do you respond to such, innovative funding? Is it sustainable also?
Actually, it looks sustainable to get a loan in foreign currency and pay back in dollars. Although, naira, although the exchange rate issue is not in question here because we don't have the details. However, I want to say that with every creditor's interest is to make profit. Every creditor, because they will always want to recoup, their money back from their investments. Now, what is important? What is actually important is that that investment, if the funds are injected into that project and the project is viable, for example, transport infrastructures of all kinds may recoup its investment through track access charges, road tolls, or it could be even landing fees if it's at the airport, or dockage and port dues, mooring fees, etc., etc. The truth of the matter is that it is lucrative and that it can pay back the loans taken if channeled properly into the project as it was designed. There may be one or two challenges which I want to draw your attention to. Number one, most of these projects, at least just one that I'm aware of, did not carry out transport demand analysis.
Let me just come in here. So, because I said IFC, you know that before IFC and World Bank give you money, you know they will do all the due diligence,
all the feasibility studies.
So this is purely in trying to reform the bus sector in Lagos.
Yes.
So you want to take out or modify the downfall and make sure that you regulate the bus sector properly. So it's a modification of what exists. The population, the population is there. But one thing that we know, and that's why I started with the first example, is that if you borrow money in dollars and then your revenue is in naira, you're open to this foreign exchange risk. But if the IFC then guarantees and says that, look, at the point at which you collect that money, that's the rate that's the rate at which I convert the naira back to you. And then there's a bit of insurance that you talked about, just to ensure that if naira should go, if naira to dollar should go from 500 to 1,000, to 1,000.
With
the
investor
is not.
I'm afraid.
No, but we're doing it
with this spiraling inflation rate and differences in exchange rate. If the exchange rate is floating, will that be incorporated into the agreement?
That's why you hedge it. So there's a bit, and there's a bit of financial gymnastics that go into the whole thing. So that's why you need experts that understand the market to come in and then put the whole transaction together for you.
Well, if a guarantee has been given in the agreement.
Yeah, we signed the agreement. Yeah.
Well, if a guarantee has been given, then, you could go for it. But my fear is that in a situation where you take $100 million and you have to pay back
at the current exchange rate.
So you're paying back the 100 million or whatever over
yes.
a period of time,
Okay.
but you know that the revenue that you're going to use to pay back is in Naira.
Naira,
So
yes.
obviously you pay a premium or whatever, there's an insurance, but obviously the bank takes that risk, but it does its calculation just to make sure that it minimizes that
The
risk.
problem there is with devaluation of the currency. If that
So
happens,
that's factored in now.
yes, if that happens, what perhaps 1,000 Naira could do, if there's inflation, you know, all these economic indices has to be taken into consideration.
Okay, I think it's something that everybody should have to look at. I mean,
Yes.
so let's look at it.
Sorry,
It's a sustainable way forward.
Yeah, if
So
I
I
may.
wanted to respond,
Yes.
and then I'm going to come to you.
Thank you, sir. Just like I wanted to say that it will actually be a trap. Number one, because exchange rate differentials is paramount. There's no investor that will want to lose his money, no matter how you tie that agreement. You must not renege on that space of payment. For example, $100 million today, by 10 years' time, if you are using, let's say, 381 exchange rate, and by 10 years you have not finished or you renege, even if it's entered 11 years, you'll see that you will still pay back that money through one way or the other, either absorbed by government, meaning the insurance backing that you have. But to say that an investor will lose his money, and the earlier we understand one thing, that they are not, investors want returns on their investment. And so we must be able to fast track payments as at when due, based on, because most of the time we have signed, whether you are paying with Naira, you are paying back that $100 million.
Okay.
And how you pay it can be in Naira form, liquidity form, but you have to buy it.
I'm going to let you respond. I understand what you mean. Maybe I should just put one or two more information. So when I started, I said, so the IFC is giving Lagos State the loan to build that infrastructure. Operators will come and operate on that, on that corridor, and then they'll pay an amount to government, which government now pays back to IFC. So, and that's why I said it's quite complex, but there's a lot of information that people can gather from that and then look at it as a sustainable way of actually developing your infrastructure. So let me let you respond, and then I want to throw it open to
thank you, Mr. Moderator. Like I said, there are so many things. We don't have one particular solution. So you've got to try different things. And I want to believe strongly. I've engaged with the IFC before, and I respect and trust their judgment. Without necessarily talking about the details of the contract, I'm sure it would have something, they would have done the analysis. He mentioned hedging. Of course, there's a hedging cost. And I think one of the things that is also missing, just to digress a little, is the issue of insurance. Insurance in Nigeria is not as developed as it should be. And I don't know how many of us here that have our houses, and have our houses, your personal houses, and even insured. I mean, it'll be surprising to see that everybody that owns houses here have their houses insured. Insurance happened because you insure your cars because you know the police will stop you and ask for insurance. That's the reason. So it's not a culture that we've created. Now, in developed countries, insurance companies are so big that they even own banks. Here, it is the banks that are big that own insurance companies. So it's a sector that needs to be tapped. So back to our hedging, for IFC to have agreed to that kind of arrangement, there will be some hedging costs that will be borne, of course, by Lagos State, and to take care of that, which is like taking an insurance. Should something happen, this will cover this. So it's not as if we shouldn't look at it from, there's some analysis that has been done. They've checked it. They've looked at the possible volatility in the exchange rate, and that would define the premium that you will pay. So if I'm insuring my house in an area where it's prone to fire, the insurance company is going to, charge me more because of the risk that this is going to happen. And that is why abroad, even insurance that you pay for vehicles, if you've been driving for like 20 years, no accident, your premium tends to come down because the perceived possibility of that risk crystallizing is low with you. However, with a young star of 17, 18 who is filled with energy and wants to You save the world. It's driving all over the place. Insurance premium that he pays is high. But here we pretty much have a flat rate. For the last 10 or 15 years that you've been driving, the premium it doesn't take into account the risk profile. So there's so much that needs to be done for investments to come in.
Yeah, I understand that. So I'm going to throw it to the congregation, but the way I want you to look at it, and the way we should look at it, is that once you develop infrastructure, solid infrastructure, it lasts for about 50 years, etc. Can you imagine what Lagos would have gained if they developed that forced rail that Mr. Jakonde wanted to develop? Now it's going to cost us maybe 20 times more to develop the same infrastructure. So sometimes government has to take that bold step and say, okay, you know what, I'm going to put this money in there and I'm going to protect the people that will run and then develop that infrastructure, because that infrastructure will stay there for 50 years, etc. And then the whole economy will benefit from it. But let me open it up to the congregation, and maybe we should take about 3 or 4 questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have about 3-4 comments already on the floor. I'll be gender sensitive. I've been so since morning. Do we have the roving microphone, please? To the front, please. Give each speaker about 1 minute or less. Make your comments and your contributions to the panel.
Thank you very much. My name is Princess Mulikat Feintola Soni, the CEO of Mulifelong Motors.
Sanwo-Olu?
Mulifelong.
Oh, I was thinking about Sanwo-Olu here because...
no. I say my name is Princess Mulikat Feintola Soni, the CEO of Mulifelong Motors. Well, I'm delighted to be here. All protocol duly observed. In fact, there is a lot we need to discuss about infrastructure in Nigeria.
That's what we're continuing tomorrow.
So, and I just want to mention 1 or 2 things on rails. I think Mrs. Ilori actually mentioned on the vandalizing. I think all these things actually arise from our nonchalant attitude. Because we could remember in those days, in 70s and what have you, I think everything was going on smoothly and we're all enjoying, especially when you are going to school. Board train, we kept on singing, all this is coming when we're about coming home during that time. But it's still the same country that we're having this problem. And the reason is this: there is a lot of nonchalant attitude towards infrastructure. I think it's high time every one of us to wake up and do the right thing. Because in most cases, we compare America, we compare London, we compare all those places. They are not better than our country. But if we can be able to do the proper thing and do things the way it's supposed to be done, I think this country will go a long way. And also, I appreciate what my honorable engineer, Frederick, Commissioner for Lagos State, has said so much. 1, borrowing money is very, very expensive in Nigeria. And I love Mr. Louis, who has been marketing commercial bank. That's a good one too. Most of the commercial bank actually be part of the people that derail this, our economy. Because yes, it's not because when you need something, you have to nail it on the head. So there is no sentiment. We want a better country. That is why we're all here. When you send in a proposal, a viable project, they will decline. And you want this country to move forward. You mentioned something on insurance. I was a committee of Vision 210 when Chief Shonekon was there. We're talking of organized private sectors. Government has nothing to do. We are the private sector to move this country forward. Do they actually allow us to get it done? When you are sending a proposal, a laudable proposal, to allow this country to move on, the old bank will decline. They will tell you it's due to government constraint. And whereas people who came empty-handed in this country, they are going out with billions of naira. both foreign exchange, what happens to our industry today is nil. Go to Ikeja, there is nothing there. I remember as the first female person in the auto industry, we have almost 7 automobile industry. They all went down because of the bank something. Insurance, when Fola Daniel was there as the commissioner of insurance, when you pay a premium and when you want to make your claim from the insurance, do they always pay us? No. You have to collect extract from the police, do this and that, going up and down, tossing you there and there. At the end of the day, nothing will be forthcoming. Is that a country? It's not good enough. I think it's high time for the banks, commercial, every banks in Nigeria to wake up. We can't do it alone. With no free lunch in Freetown, I kept on saying it. And transport is the key player of any industry. No transport, no nation. No transport, no country. So we should all sit up and get things done. Look at a local person that is operating toll gates at Mushin. He's still in operation. How much more? Federal government. I was there when Desani was a minister. We all sat down, we're talking of toll gate. People went there, I think for the safety of each and every one of us. They gave us a brilliant presentation at that gathering. That was 2006 and 2007. What happened? We kept on sitting, singing the same song. I think it's high time to allow this country to move forward. We don't need to check out of this country.
Thank you,
we have
madam.
everything to get it done.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I understand, madam, there is no free lunch in Freetown. No, not even in Freetown. The only thing is that NITT is providing a free lunch this afternoon. The first ever free lunch ever. A round of applause to the Director General of the NITT. The first free lunch ever, madam. So it's going to be on record. We have 2 other comments from this corridor, then the final one from there, so that we can have that free lunch. Yeah, that's in dollars? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Please go ahead. Please, after then we have 2 comments
All
from there.
protocols observed.
No free lunch. Let's listen to the gentleman.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
My name is Adams Inwekeme Esquire, a council member of NITT. First, I appreciate the presentation so far, but I would like to say that flowing from the contribution of Dr. Ilori, I think we need to do more as a nation when it comes to promoting the ownership mentality. Nigerians need to understand that every infrastructure that is developed in this nation belongs to each and every one of us. Outside this climb, even people that are criminally minded takes their time. It's very difficult for you to see people destroying or stealing public properties like infrastructure. But then you say, what is wrong with us as Nigeria? There is really nothing wrong with us. The only thing that we need to do is to promote that ownership structure, that all of us will take possession of what belongs to us as a nation, not leave it for the police or the security or the government. If it's good, it's good for all of us and for generation unborn. That is my statement in respect of that. Then flowing from the example that was given by the moderator on what Lagos State government is doing. For me, it's a brilliant idea because it's important that when you take a facility, you are also able to know from day one the extent of your exposure. That's the key thing there. It's not about the exchange rate and all of that. So long as the debt is certain, the certainty of your exposure,
then you can be able to plan properly. And that is exactly what the Honorable Commissioner is saying. And I think it's one of the ways to go. Thank you, and God bless us.
Thank you so much. We appreciate contributions. We have those two gentlemen over there, please.
Good afternoon.
Yes. And the gentleman who was seated by the pillar. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yar'Adua Kolawole. My contribution. While we are talking about the issue of raising funds for transport infrastructure, I think it is equally important for us to look at the other aspect of it in terms of quality control, which I believe is an integral part of project appraisal, like the chairman did mention. And then the issue of what are we not doing right. You begin to wonder, when roads are being delivered, in a matter of a year or 2 or 3, they begin to depreciate. We are trying to raise funds, hard-earned funds, and then on the other hand, the standard of job is not being guaranteed. I think there is need for government to address that issue. We have quality control units. Are they really working to ensure that the roads that are being built can endure for a long time? For crying out loud, these are not meant to be used in a matter of a year or 2. They should endure for like 10 years. Like Mrs. Ilori did mention, that roads that were being built in the Fourth Republic, we were able to stand the test of time. But the one we are building these days, in a matter of 3-4 years, they are being eroded. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it, sir, the issue of communication companies tracking, breaking our roads, highways, to lay their cables. Is there anybody that is supervising that? So at the end of the day, to make sure that they put the road back in proper order. I think this will go a long way in helping us to reduce maintenance cost,
Thank you.
Which keep escalating.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll take the final comment, please. Sorry, we're pressed for time.
Mr. Chairman, sir,
Yes.
my name is Engineer John Emmanuel. I work for Transportation Growth Initiative, and we are here in Abuja. My question is in twofold. One is, or comment if you like, is each of the discussions has focused essentially on the big things, and sometimes leaving out the small things that make the big things meaningful. And that takes me to the philosophy of transport. Many times, it is difficult to go to any city and say this is the transport policy that drives or strategy that drives development in this city. Apart from maybe Lagos. And one or two others that are beginning to think in that direction. And to that extent, you discover that a rail is built or a public transport facility is built on a corridor. And the terminal or the stop is one destination that we need to travel to. When in essence, people should come out of a shop and find a bus to enter. When people should come out of a shop and find a rail to enter along the way. But because of the destination, like the project in Abuja, for instance, the project, the rail from the city center to the airport, you discover that even if that rail is working, the viability of having people to use it is a concern, because you need to drive from a distance to that place where you don't find a parking space to park, and there is no bicycle lane for me to ride the bicycle to go and park there and enter the rail to the airport and come back. And for that reason, an example is the BRT project in Marrakech in Morocco. One of the delays of implementing that project was because the funder said he wants to know what is the last mile connectivity plan as part of the funding process for the project before they were eventually able to release the money. So if we build public transport projects in urban environments and we don't build the connectivity between the terminals and where the people lives, it's of no use to the people. And to that extent, it is important that while we are talking about the big things, we also talk about providing bicycle lanes, bicycle parking, and all the connectivity and last mile needs of people that ensures that people can effectively use all of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your points. Please, let's give him a round of applause. I'll defer back to the chairman of the session to please take us through the closing points.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just quickly respond to one or two issues. I'll start with Princess. Good evening, ma. And so I think with respect to, you talked about, made comments about rail vandalism as raised by, I think it's all part of government responsibility. Responsibility in the sense that, you know, there's a whole lot that needs to happen from an economic point of view to reduce the frustrations that people have going back and forth. Some of these things are just done purely because there's this economic imbalance. If that is corrected, that's a whole lot of policies that needs to go into that. You know, that you are empowered, I have a stake, you have a stake. I won't want to go and destroy the properties. So that is not something that we can successfully contain here. In terms of proposals that are returned, I don't think any commercial bank, by the way, I don't represent the commercial bank, I'm a development finance institution. I'm only just talking because I know. Now, there's no wonderful proposal that will be rejected. Sometimes it is not consistent with their goal or their focus areas. You know, like they say in Pidgin, you cannot do more than yourself now. If you have a focus, you focus on what you know you can do. So they look at those proposals and they look at the surrounding, what you may call it, risks. To you, the promoter, it is laudable. And I meet people all the time. Promoters are the most optimistic people on earth. They can't see anything wrong with their project. Oh, this is wonderful. This is beautiful. For us, I will engage an independent engineer to look at it, not even me. Somebody with a fresh eyes, a technical expert. He will advise me if this is doable or not. I'll take it on. If not, I will humbly decline. So it's not as if it's personal. It's the project in question most times. Then the issue of insurance. We need, like I said, we need to strengthen the insurance industry. If they don't have the muscle, they may not be able to make claims. And that is why government needs to do a lot to ensure, either via policy, to ensure that, you know, the insurance companies are strengthened, because we need them to be able to, because you run transport company. I mentioned earlier, Infrastructure Bank manages a fund for the government. It is specifically for rolling stock, transport rolling stock for roads, so high capacity buses. If that fits into part of what you do, you may please approach us. I think that basically covers areas that I want to speak to.
Okay, thank you. And let me just acknowledge the gentleman over there for what he said for billing, because I'm a transport expert, not a financial expert, so he got the term right. But I want to conclude by responding to Mr. John. And let me just conclude by saying that to attract investors or to get funding for your project, you must have a master plan. And your master plan has to be bankable. So how do you get your master plan bankable, especially if you're investing in public transport? There must be connectivity. So, for example, in Lagos, we have developed what we call the Strategic Transport Master Plan. It's a plan that connects every single mode of transport, including the slow mode that you were talking about, bicycle and walking. So people must must be able to walk to the station. You must be able to cycle, etc. But what is important is that an investor must come in and know that if he invests along this corridor, he'll be able to get passengers on those corridors. And that's what happened in water transportation before we developed the master plan in Lagos State. Water transportation suffered from connectivity, and that's why people were not patronizing water transport. But now we're linking water transport with the last mile, which we launched about 2-3 months ago. And then we're ensuring that every terminal has a bus stop. Also, we have the Cowrie card, which you can use on any mode of transport, which makes public transport attractive to people. So you must have a master plan that is attractive to your investors. And all those plans must be there before they come in. So we focused on funding, but obviously the little details are also important. So, and it's the little details that ensure that people come in and then invest. So let me just round up by saying that it's important that we have a plan, a bankable plan, a plan that has been tested, where you bring financial experts, transport experts, everybody that will play a space there, that will play in that space, and ensure that you have something that makes sense to the outside world. And then, with all the innovative funding system that we've talked about, people will come and invest in your. So let me conclude there and just say thank you for listening. I know I'm the one between you and lunch, and so I'll disappear here as quickly as possible.
A round of applause, please, for the panelists, Dr. Frederick Oladende, Honorable Commissioner of Transportation for Lagos State, Ross Oluyede, thank you so much, Managing Director, Infrastructure Bank, PLC, Dr. Mrs. Ilori, thank you very much from the Ministry of Transportation. Of course, a professor as well, Ubogo from the Federal University of the SEMA. Thank you so much for wrapping it up for me very nicely today for the first day of this two-day conference. Tomorrow we'll hear more from the bankers, those who have the deep pockets, and then we'll also have a whole lot to discuss around. Please hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. So tomorrow is another very big day, but let me allow you to take your group photographs very quickly. Director General, could you please join them? Sir, the Council Chairman, please, could you please join them as well? Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. We really appreciate it. On behalf of the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, please remember, everyone, we'll be assembling tomorrow morning as early as possible at 9:30 in the morning, tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen, for us to continue the technical session in the morning and then the one in the afternoon.